And I'll go ahead and fetch a link. As soon as it hits live. Ooh, we're live.
Ooh.
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 Ooh. Okay,
Ooh.
so we're oohing and on. Post it there, and I'll post it there. Next session, what?
That's 3!
Oh shit, that's 3. Oh wait, I forgot to
I'm
change
just
the title.
doing that thing I talked to you about.
that was
to
really
figure
good
out.
timing, because I just go live now, and that's 3 us, and you know what that means.
Well, did it automatically remove me from the previous tier so I can go to the Ascension one?
I don't know. Let's find out. If I
The fucking link. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck's your money link, man?
my money link, it's in the chat.
Where's your money?
Dude,
Where's
where
your
is
money
my
link?
money? That's a good question.
Give me your money. This is a robbery. I demand the password to your thing now.
Yeah, you've been put down to the $12 tier on the other ones.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it
Alright,
should go
now
through.
we should be able to. There we go. That's right.
That's 3.
Hell yeah. Now you really get 3.
Now we got double 3'd.
Now you're 3 years old. Congratulations.
I'm so glad that you put the ho-ho in there. That's very, very epic. I think I got a default sound effect for you doing it to the other one, and it was like some Stardew Valley sound or something. I don't know what that was.
Dude, why did we have attack sound effects yesterday?
Oh yeah, it's because I had this module I never enabled in the other one called animations or something, and it did like weird swingy sword animations.
Yeah.
I think at some point I'll have to go and make actual sound effects instead of whatever the fuck the defaults were, and hopefully I can update them. Because I think I
Dude,
could
it was
make some
kind of
better-
troll because it was very easy for me to know if they hit or not. Like, obviously that doesn't matter because like you tell me, but like
Yeah.
it was kind of fun. It killed the suspension a little bit because the suspense a little bit because
I think I would play
roll to attack and be like, ah, fuck, he hit.
Yeah, I think what I would do is I would say you have the same sound effect no matter what, probably. And just, make it less...
No, for sure. It's just like
Yeah.
it was just funny to notice.
Did I make Jason's dad an Ironhead?
What a question.
Jason doesn't have a dad. Have you seen the way he acts?
His dad is still alive, but he was a lecherous bastard who left his mother pregnant with Jason. So
Yes, so Jason does not have a dad. Exactly.
yeah. But you know,
that's different than
We can
not
have,
being there.
I
yeah.
need to find that out in character
we
with
can have
Shoulder,
the C
so I can call you a
team in another
fatherless
continent.
human.
Oh, I see.
Jason's
You want to
dad?
be Jason's dad somewhere else.
Or somewhere else.
That makes sense.
Or there's like a side quest, like Jason's dad is on the continent, and then like I have to go down and kill him.
What if he ends up being... Would it be too convenient if he ends up being really involved in the conspiracy of whatever? I guess you guys
I
don't
don't
even
think
know any
Jason's dad
conspiracies.
is like an evil. Well, he's a bastard, but he's not the evil like muhahaha type. He's just extremely selfish.
What did you just
Like
say?
maybe
he's
like
not the
head of
evil
a self-storage
Mahuha
company.
type? Oh. And for those who are not on my
He's
computer,
more like I want my
played the
booze
ho
and
ho.
whores.
Holy
Jason's
shit,
dad
Spindler
is the
spent money.
Sazarin. That's it. There we go. Plot deal.
Dude, how much money does this
He's
guy
the mob
spend?
boss.
He's golden golem. He's spent $60.
What the fuck is... Oh my god. This guy's money?
He's money.
That's right. Now 2 out of 6 players here are donating money. Well, I can't even say that because Lucy and 3Crow donate in the other ones. And Alexander, actually, if I think about it. I think.
And I donated Foundry.
You did donate Foundry, so that makes sense.
You made an initial investment.
That's right. And didn't that investment pay off, Lucy? Wouldn't you say?
It was best $50.
The best. The best.
All right.
If only we could load maps faster.
Yeah, well,
wait,
that's the problem is
load.
if there's no loading bar at the top, it means it's already loaded. But I don't know about you.
No, I haven't even got in yet.
Mine's 97%.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been wasting all your time by not being in.
I'm at 98.
Oh,
take-
I'm gonna have to preload it again when you get here.
Yep.
But I think
totally forget.
that's
Nah,
okay.
just make him play in the dark.
I don't think it'll stop the
Just watch
preloading
the
for other
stream at
people.
that point.
Yeah, that's
Jason
true.
moves 3 paces to the right. I mean,
Jason,
right.
whoa!
Whoa! The map got visually updated.
Yeah, that's right. We got
Color.
We
updates.
got mountains.
So our Black Draconin is vicious bastards as we've been making them out to be.
Well, my father is playing his character out pretty straightforwardly, I would say.
And he's supposed to be like a
Yeah, I don't know how to
stealthy
describe it.
guy,
So he walks up to this dude who's just stuck in a pillory, and like there was a raid on the town, and then everybody just left him there. And he's like, "I don't suppose you're gonna help me." And he's like, "Well, that depends on you. What are you in for?" And he's like, "Well, I was gonna be a mercenary, but I wanted my payment up front, and they disagreed, so I got caught taking it or something." And he's like, "Yeah, I like the cut of your jib," and just smashes the pillory, and then and lets him free. So that was. I mean, I guess that kind of sounds like Black Draconin. I designed them to be living in the Underdark, so they'd speak Undercommon as a default as well as Common, which is pretty neat.
Oh my god.
And
Kinda-
then,
kinda
as
like
that was
Drow.
happening, my Knoll
Black
walked over
Underdark.
and was like, "You can join our party, but if you ever try to steal anything from us," and then I just turned to gesture to the fountain that I threw a hyena at, and the hyena's like this bloody mess on top of this fountain,
Yeah,
and he was just like,
yeah, because Gonzo the Knoll, the Ironhead Knoll, grabbed this Knoll or this hyena after punching it half to death, and it was at like 1 health, and then he threw it, and I rolled for impact damage, and it failed. It failed the check to see if it would like resist the damage or whatever, so it died from impact.
Yep.
And then
Well.
the first time he threw it at Drago, my dad's character. He just you just throwing hyenas at dad was basically the summary of that session. Like if
Yeah.
you plug it into one of those AI summaries that's supposed to do your session summaries for you, instead we have 3Crow to do that.
Well, I was like the other one where I chucked him, and then the next one I chucked him halfway across the map.
Yeah, you're just throwing it at in his direction. And he didn't die, so he threw like a full health hyena.
Yeah, I kind of trolled.
That was pretty.
Also, you just not won chess, bro. You suck.
Holy shit!
I rolled a 3. That means I get the funniest outcome.
All right, did it preload you, Shambler? Is it doing it now?
I'm at 98%.
Hell yeah!
I am also at 98% somehow.
I'm done. You guys are slow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I
I'm
think
slow
once
in
you
the
guys
head,
finish,
50%.
my internet will magically get better, which is good. Oh, I should. Oh no, never mind. I already turned it off. I had to use
like
Radmin.
them.
I had to use Radmin again for the weirdest thing. It
Oh.
was so that my father could connect to the local area because we're on the same network. So that was weird. I did not expect
Oh
that.
yeah. That's because of port weirdness.
Dude, I can't believe we loaded in the game. We go into that fucking tavern, and the first thing he does is just walk over to this fucking whimpering half-smith.
Yeah.
He's just like standing in front of him, like, what happened?
Well, yeah. The funnier part I think was when he was like, he walked over to the guy in the pillory.
yeah.
And he's like this is after he's already figured out how to do battle and stuff. And he's like, how do I talk to him? Do I just talk? I was like, yeah. There's something about that really got to me. I was like, because he wasn't sure how much like a video game it would be. So when he was,
had already talked.
yeah, well, that's true too. He had already talked to a few people, but that was like, that. I don't know. It's like, how do I breathe? Do I just breathe? I don't know. There's something about that to me.
How do I think? Do I just think?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see some.
How do I eat food? Do I just put it in my
I
mouth?
just put it in my mouth and chew, I guess. All
I would
right.
like
Yeah.
to chew on this.
Yeah, I think he thought there was gonna be like a talk button.
Yeah, or like an action, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I don't even think that's outrageous to think if you're like, because the last time he did D&D, it was
Yeah.
all theater of the mind. It's a very interesting case because I had no idea how he was going to react to the gameplay part of it. Like, if he thought that it would just be like describing stuff verbally or whatever. because he didn't play with a board with miniatures or whatever. He just played. I don't even know if he played with rolling dice. For all I know, he didn't even do that. So for it to be more digital,
He's just saying random numbers.
There's a 5 in my mind. I'm imagining it right now. It's
I'm
very
thinking of a number between 1 and 20. Name it.
yeah. His first ever roll it was a test roll for his longsword, and he crit 1, so that was good.
That was when I threw the hyena at him.
Well, no, that was a second one too that he also failed, but I don't remember if it was a crit fail. It might have been. Okay.
it was a crit fail, and you were like, I don't know.
I was like, well, instead of impaling it like a popsicle stick, it just you just cut it in half as it hits you, because it was already dead at that point. So I was just deciding what would happen.
Yeah.
I could have maybe rolled to see if he would take damage from it, but that would have been. I think it was funnier to splatter him in blood immediately.
Yeah.
Ironically, something that Ro and Darix would know plenty about.
Oh yeah.
Does
It's
anybody?
all fun when you hit a box and it explodes into gore.
That's right. Does anybody here have a loading bar still?
I do not.
Shambler, you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Looks like mine is done too.
And Lucy, you're good?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, so let's go ahead and bring you guys into the manor after much pomp and circumstance.
Dude, one last thing. My favorite part was when he walked in, and he was like, we walked out of the tavern, and he was like, "So are we gonna kill these hyenas, or are we gonna kill the knights?"
Oh yeah, he wasn't. Do we help the knights? Do we help the guards? And I thought that was fine because that's good planning. He's like deciding which side he's on. He's thinking about character or whatever. And you know, hyenas are kind of related to gnolls too. So
yeah. No, I just thought it was funny. He made that connection out of all the connections he made.
Right.
To start off like the round. That's what he made.
Are you friends with the hyenas?
That's pretty good.
Are those like your brothers?
Yeah, because the tavern keeper or whatever was like, these gnolls are attacking. He was talking to him, and my character just went, "Gnolls?" And the guy like,
he just said the hound heads, blasted hound heads, something like that, and so it was a good time.
Owning a hyena.
No, what?
That's like a gnoll owning a hyena is like a man owning a monkey.
As in
which they do.
So basically, what you're saying is that gnoll territory is like Texas.
Not enough tigers roaming around.
Oh yeah, there's more tigers in Texas than in the wild.
Yep.
As God intended. Okay, boys.
Masters of the earth, baby.
We are
and all its creatures.
We are about to get started with the 6th session of Ascension da Sazarin. Before we do get started, shout out to the Shambler, who is playing as none other than Narath, who says, "I see you." And he just donated on Coffee. You can also donate on Coffee. You can go at any one of these tiers. Monthly donos definitely help the content delivery train quite a bit. And so I do appreciate that from Shambler. Of course, he had a very handsome price of $60. We created a whole new tier just for that, so that is appreciated.
Hell yeah, Shambler, good shit, bro.
That's right. He will single-handedly make it easier for me to make content. I'd say single-handedly, but actually, my brother also donates. So, I'm just saying. If you guys like the content,
nepotism.
if you guys like the streams and stuff or whatever, feel free to do that. Now, Three Crow has been our designated man. He obviously plays as Silas. He has been our designated recap man. Is Three Crow interested in doing the recap again?
So, I did not get a chance to rewatch the last session VOD, so I'm going to hand it off to you this time.
Sounds like a plan. So the last session began where there was a bit of a cliffhanger, where you guys had just cracked open the giant crate in the hidden room south of Delena O'Hara's bedchamber. And when you guys had found your way in there and cracked it open and sat there looking at the great beast that was looking you over with its 100 eyes, it originally looked like it might turn to hostilities. There were some arrows loosed and some punches and mace swings and all that. And then there was an apprehension, a speaking via the unconscious body of one Javoin. And that voice that came from that body was attempting to communicate with you guys, and over a little bit of tense discussion, you guys were convinced to draw upon this creature's power so that you could finish the job fighting off people like, for example, Javai, the elf that had been slaughtered earlier, but apparently was still alive, lingering in the manor. And you were informed that there are indeed other such masters lurking around, and that they all must be overcome. And that is sort of a pact or a deal that you have made, such that you can achieve these powers, be bestowed by, be bestowed these powers by this creature. This creature did give you these powers, but it does come with a little bit of a twist in that you each received the sort of mental presence of another figure, another entity. And for each one of you, that was a different entity, and it seems to have corresponded to who you are as a person. There's the great white draconian warrior Kenakon that rests within the mind of Darix now. There's Slinter, the apparent changeling, we're not really sure. The strange individual that now rests in the mind of Blink, that's doing quite a lot of reading. There is Gelter and Ronsa, a dwarf that proclaims and projects his proclamations outside of Ashtorium's mind. There is James, the cleric that now relies in the mind of Silas, who seems to worship a different god than Silas, but still is a man of faith. There is Fendel, the Knoll hunter that now resides in the mind of Ro, and there is Evina, the silver draconian, who she seems to be residing within the mind of Narath, although the degree to which she understands the plight of Narath is not... It's not quite immediately apparent. So those are the 6 extra souls that now seem to be imbibed and carried by each one of you. And after this great visiting, you did end up making your way into the study hall, the small room that you now see on your screens. This is where a climactic battle occurred between Javai's last vestigial presence and the rest of the I won't say holy warriors, but the party. And after this battle had fallen quiet, there was some discussion of what happens next. And it seems you all had made up your minds that you will have to descend to the lower level and uncover where the next master is and see if you can finish this job. And at this point, I would like to make it obvious that Alexander, who plays Darix, is feeling unwell and will not be joining us directly. He might throw in some thoughts in text form here and there, but otherwise we're just going to leave Darix more or less in the backdrop and let the rest of the crew more or less take charge. And we'll see how that... Obviously, I'll be playing as him for now, but he won't necessarily be as vocal as he has been otherwise. We'll say maybe he's he's in deep contact and discussion with his mental sort of extra soul that's there, right? Kenakon, the warrior. So that's the recap and a little bit of a disclaimer about Darix. Any questions or follow-ups or anything anybody wants to shade in as extra details that maybe I missed as the DM?
Every one of these masters hates Blink. Oh, Blink was... everyone kind of knows, question mark, that Blink is a changeling? But no one's really addressed it?
No one knows, but they're like, what the fuck are you so
They know
nervous
something's
about,
up with
bro?
him. Yeah.
No, I'm referencing
Silas
the book that
confronted
Darix
him.
found.
Yeah.
I'm referencing
Oh
the
yeah,
book
yeah.
that Darix
So there
found.
was when Darix walked in, he started reading this like single piece of paper that had a bunch of like silly juvenile names where there was there Darix the Dim or whatever. And then it was Evaristus the Changeling, and like that was the only one that didn't have what would you say, alliteration, right? So it's maybe that stuck out. That was a funny moment. But
yeah, and everyone was a little confused.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right.
So we just finished brutalizing this elf.
Yeah,
I ate
we
him,
agreed to
by the
go
way.
to the lower levels. Yeah, Ro ate him.
Narath. Well,
That's true. Ro did eat him after he turned into his his
Raven
desiccated
corpse is
form. Yeah.
And
Fun.
Slintar told Blink that changelings are superior.
I don't know if that's quite what he said, but
That's essentially
Narath
what he
will motion to the others and say, "We must destroy these bodies. They keep coming back."
You better not
Doesn't make
start a
sense.
fire again.
Yeah, no
Says
more fires.
Destorium.
Well, if you have a better idea, I am all ears.
Well, I don't think I can eat all of them. I'm not that big.
well, there goes my idea.
I forgot that he talks out loud.
Yeah, you guys will have to
How
work
could
on
you
volume
forget the best
control
party
later.
member?
What did you say, Lucy?
How could you forget the best party member?
That's right.
New party member unlocked. Drunk Scotsman.
Hmm.
Jason?
Well, I don't think this time the guards are going to put out the fire, so unless you're going to watch the fire and put it out yourself.
Do I have a spell that... Oh, what the fuck? Let's just
Possess the doors.
Yeah, the doors are attacking me.
Oh, the guy in your head is closing the door.
The chick, you mean? She's like, "Get the fuck out of here already." I
Everest
guess I
is-
could
will,
I guess I could waste a breath weapon by stacking all the corpses together in the same thing and just sort of incinerating them in one go.
I feel like
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about the elementally speaking, since yours is thunder damage. I don't even know if it would be incineration, but it would be disintegration. So yeah, sure, we could say that would work.
You don't have to do that one Astorium punched into chunks of meat.
I mean, Darax could also use his. He has more breath weapons than me. He didn't use his in the fight.
Just because he's not here doesn't mean you can use his resources.
I don't know
I'm
if
just
radiance would
saying.
destroy the bodies, though.
Yeah,
Hmm,
that's another point.
Everestus will pipe up and, in a suggesting tone, will say, "Well, we killed their master, so surely they won't rise again. I mean, there's only one or two left, I'm sure. Can't rise
we still
without
have the
power."
other elf. He's on Darax's person from the last session, but he is here.
Yeah, Darix is holding the.
Yeah, but he's not the last one we have to kill. We have to kill one more. Or
Yeah,
however
but
many more.
he was seen resurrecting these things, so as long as he's alive and we're carrying him, then
So then
we
we
have
go
to
down.
get rid
We
of
go
him.
downstairs.
You know what? Narath will just bite the bullet.
It stopped.
I am feeling replenished since our visit. Help me gather up all the gore from all the rooms, and I will dispose of them without the bonfire.
That sounds good to me. So Ro will start pulling the bodies into like a pile over here.
Okay.
Everestus will ask Astorium to help him. And then he would like to talk to Slinter if possible while this happens.
Yeah, I'm also going to do some mental communing while this all happens, but he said all the rooms, so that includes stuff that's also in here. Not in here, but
Oh, you're going all the
Over
way
and-
back.
yeah. We're burning every single one,
Okay.
including hers.
Has anyone investigated this shelf in here?
I don't think so. I think we walked in and then the fight started.
Yep,
So
exactly.
we
Yeah.
didn't really get a whole lot of opportunity.
All right. While they're cleaning up the bodies, I'll take a moment to look for anything of use or information.
Yeah. So
Uh,
I'll say that Narath will be going back and forth while everyone's doing their thing, but once he gets to the point where he's dragging corpses from here, he will look at the graffiti with his new magic eyes that our assassins left for other people to see.
Oh yeah, because of his ability to read everything, Narath is going to, at some point, investigate that. Is there anything of significance that was even left there? As far as the
Gang signs, bro.
graffitis that Ashtorium and Evaristus left?
It doesn't. I don't know if it would necessarily say anything. So what he'll notice if he does any, even like a brief glance, he'll notice one live plant, one withered plant, and that set of that graffiti set of eyes, the markings will be. It's essentially, it should be fairly easy to tell. It's one like it's one like almost humanoid eye, and then it's one of Ashtorium's eye just put together. It's not, it doesn't really say anything.
I recognize it as Thieves' Cant.
I don't know that necessarily was Thieves' Cant. It was more like a symbol of, like, you would recognize it as one of each of me and his eye. Like, I don't know that
It's
there's
just their
anything
calling
to.
card. It's not.
Yeah, there's not really anything to
crystals.
read per se.
Yeah.
Like, you would recognize it as our eyes.
Oh wait, I can read all that book I have too.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
well,
book that did you even pocket that, or did you just leave it? It was
I
the book
thought you
that was
said
in
you were gonna
Elvish.
put it in my. No, I pocketed it.
Okay. Yeah, it was the Elvish book that it was describing magical stuff.
Yeah. I guess in between corpse ferrying, that will also be looked at.
Sure, yeah. It's a pretty dense tome, so you won't have time to read all of it, but I can, if you, as it
Yeah,
was
he's just gonna go
related.
through those parts again that were like of interest, like the images, and get a better feeling for
Okay, gotcha.
what they were, since he can actually understand.
All right. And Silas, your investigation check doesn't turn up much of interest along that bookshelf. You're able to regard it as less magical tomes. The tomes seem to be of less magical topics and instead seem to be more mundane things like history of various regions and certainly not exactly light reading, but not exactly pertinent reading to anything that's related to what seems to be going on.
Someone assist him.
Everistus would
Well,
like to ask
Bro can't.
Splinter what he's reading.
Yeah. Okay. Any reaction or other action you'd like to take, Silas, in the meantime?
I'll step back out and I'll just say aloud, there doesn't seem to be anything of use in this study.
I'll say, I can't even read any of those books.
Well, that may be a different problem.
The knoll stiffens up. Roll
Poor
for anger.
They're in Elvish. No wonder he can't read it. But that was a good line.
Ro gains a sin die.
Just psychic damage.
Burn.
Why does that psychic damage feel like fire? All right, so we will say. So you're trying to get Slinter's attention while this corpse gathering is occurring. We will say that Slinter currently is still in sort of, you could describe it as being withdrawn from the forefront of your consciousness and is more definitely seemingly reading, and rather than respond directly, there's just sort of like flashes of various training and preparation that you've undergone as far as like martial training, like rapier, swordplay, stuff like that. So it seems to be going over some memories you have of being
How recent is that training?
As of right now, the flashes are from like maybe within the last few years.
All right, so he's close.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he's going chronologically.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, with these flashes, he'll kind of like try and, I don't know if this is even a thing. He'll try and like focus on Slinter to almost like try and pull him to the forefront. And he's gonna say in his mind, he'll say, Slinter, where to next?
Seems that you could give me a I guess you could give me a persuasion check. Slinter seems very intent on continuing his reading as of right now.
Let's see. Okay.
So if you want to press the issue, okay. Slinter will say, will break his silence and say, "If you had to ask me, I would recommend going to the second floor, the first floor, whatever floor is below you."
I see. Well, I'll try not to disturb you anymore, but I would like to know what you are trying to find or trying to read before I go.
I'm learning about you.
Of course. I'm sure I'll get to learn about you soon enough.
You hear a high-pitched cackle, and after it subsides, he says, "Maybe."
That will be enough then. Continue. And with that, he will say aloud to whoever is here, assuming Narath is not back yet, saying, Slinter says to, I forgot I'm Everistus still. Slinter says to go downstairs, whatever is the nearest floor underneath us.
So, as a
I believe
reminder,
that's where we were going.
yeah, so Darix will give you guys a nod, but reiterate that his sense of good and evil was pulling him towards another room on this floor, and that at some point it should be investigated.
All right, that was to the west, right?
Yeah, the pathway was
Towards that room that I definitely didn't find and ruin everything.
Indeed.
Oh, that's right.
All right. Well, as Derek reminds us of that, Everistus will respond with, "Oh, right, that room. I believe we may have found something, at least near the area. Worth a look before we head downstairs, I suppose."
I concur. We should clear out all of the forces here so that they do not retake this floor should we go down.
It makes sense to clear the entire floor, yes.
Right. We wait for Narath then and make our way back.
Say around this point, I drop off 2 of the corpses.
Sure. And wait, where even are you? Oh, you're all the way up to the. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
where
it's gonna be like Narath's a big
Oh, I
guy,
see.
so I imagine you can take like 2 at a time.
Yep.
But like, there's 6 corpses here, so maybe
Oh,
Ro or
don't-
somebody
you
will
can
Don't
have
have
take
with
me
the
and
don't take the
Darix
woman's
help
corpses.
something.
Don't take the woman's corpse. She's not real.
Oh, she's coming. He's gonna burn her.
No,
She's
there's
like a
nothing left
puddle.
for
I don't know if you can take much. But...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is-
she like turned to ash or whatever.
Oh no!
If she's a puddle. He'll
The
take
guard is
Oh,
like
the guard.
bits.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah,
guard is a
she's-
puddle, and the other woman's ash.
Yeah,
So.
she was turned to mush.
yeah. The other woman's
he'll
corpse
sweep
isn't
her
even
up.
visible. Like her token
Alright.
isn't
You'll
there.
need a
Yeah.
bin.
You'll need a vacuum.
Yeah, a few of those are
Take
aren't
her-
a few of those
He'll
puddles.
take her garments and all that, and
Yeah, are all the blood ones puddles or something?
Yeah, there's. We can say that Narath is able to scoop up all of them in one go, as far as like the actual substantive aspects of them. Although in doing so, he's certainly going to get saturated in gore.
Narath.
Unless it's a shovel.
Vina will note that Narath is very used to this, and then he will just proceed. Speaking of, he will say to her, "It seems my pact does," in his mind, he's saying this. "It seems my pact does not stop me from communing with you frankly."
She'll have an aura of disgust about her at presumably at your actions, when she replies with, "Oh, it seems that way. Well, that's good news."
Perhaps not. I do not know how much you like to read, as the other ones put it. I will not stop you if you desire, but I will warn you that you may not find the literature very appealing.
She's a bit quiet for a moment and then says, "Well, I know there will be time for that. For now, I am focused on helping you carry out your verdict and finish what you started. This manor seems to be full of opportunities to turn evil back to whence it came."
A rare gift in my trade. I'm sure I'm sure you look forward to it as much as I. And then he will proceed. Just drop things off.
All right. So you're grabbing the gore, so to speak.
Yep, and then we just drop that off, and then we're going to have to make another trip for the skeleton and the other gore. It's in the other room.
Incoming gore, boys.
Yo! As they splatter.
So
all
Narath
across the
just
ground.
comes in with an armload of gore and like it just drops it in a bloody heap into the pile.
Darix will definitely turn his nose up at this.
You're like, it's so gross. Disgusting.
Am I going to be able to even burn these all at once?
I'll stack them up for you. Yeah, we can
Okay.
say it. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a 5 foot by 5 foot area, so they could probably actually.
So this is the
fit in the same.
party's. This is the party's chance to fill Narath in.
Yeah,
before he
Everest
heads
will
off.
fill you in, and then say rather sarcastically, say, you know, if only we were thinking a little more clearly, we probably should have brought these bodies to those bodies.
Norath will say, hindsight, it's a beautiful and horrible thing.
Yeah, you can't say 2020 because
that hasn't happened.
optometry doesn't exist.
Oh,
Also, he's old.
well, he doesn't have great eyes. Yeah.
But since we are going to be bringing them over here, I could use an extra pair of hands so that I do not have to make a third trip.
I can help you. I don't mind a little bit of blood.
I suppose we should all start
Depends on
walking that way, whoever's helping or not helping.
Turning, Narath will say to Darax, watch the corpses, young blood. I don't want them running off.
That's another
No, he has
grimace
the body.
from
That's a horrible
Darix
idea.
as he turns to regard the corpses with some disdain, but does not say anything otherwise.
If anything happens, Darix, just give us a shout.
Will do.
All right. All right, so we're here.
Wait,
And,
wait, I see 3 closed doors. Which one did he go through?
No, those are all open doors.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. They went through that one.
That signal.
I don't know about that.
Good.
That's just where
It's
Narath
not
and
me
Ro
this
went,
time.
but the other two went down to the entrance to the
This guy
south.
doesn't have a torch.
Oh, Silas still has those other necromantic papers that were also in Elvish, right?
He left them in the drawer. I don't think he took them. It was like they were
Oh,
books.
no.
They weren't necromantic. They were just talking about schools of magic or whatever.
I think.
No. Talking about these, the Sanguo, whatever, that were also sort of like grand rituals and things that Narath just sort of looked at.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, Silas
he'll
read
take
them.
those
They
too.
were written in Elvish, so they weren't.
Oh, they were okay.
Yeah. You.
Okay, then never mind. We will leave it at that, and then Narath will take a body and look to Ro. He'll look to Ro and say, "The goopy one or the solid one?"
I'll take the solid one, thank you.
Looking to his gore-strewn body, it kind of looks like what Derek's looked like at the start of this adventure, but much smellier. Narath says, "A wise choice."
Indeed.
And then takes up the corpse again and is rather unfazed.
Yeah, I'll have to the big bloody skeleton, because the skeleton has blood for some reason.
That's right. It's still got organs and stuff. It's weird.
There's a moment where it looked like Silas was going to help, and he like steps into the room, looks at the gore, looks at his nice cleric robes and vestments, and then just walks away.
This is like, yeah, no, I'm not touching
As
that.
Silas approaches the two not idiots of the group, definitely, Everistus will say, "Hey, we should scout ahead, you know?"
Indeed.
Everistus is silently very happy. Silas wants to scout instead of talk about anything that could be pertinent.
Well, as you guys approach through the open door into a room familiar only to Blink and Ashtorium, there appears to be an elfin guard clad in leather armor and equipped with a crossbow. He is holding the crossbow loosely in one hand while warming his other against the blue fire that appears to be aglow in some sort of makeshift hearth in the south of the room.
Everistus will enter the room, and assuming the other two follow, he will kind of turn to Silas and Astorium and say, "Huh, never seen this room before. What is that blue fire thing over there?"
Was that a natural, never seen this room before?
Yeah, it was probably.
Performance roll.
I don't. Yeah, why is he so nervous? Is what mid.
Natural.
Mid.
Naturally mid.
Naturally mid.
Naturally mid.
It seems like a strange thing to say, but
Oh,
the
it's a birdie
blue
mid.
hearth is indeed strange. So
Is this a guard that we've encountered before?
nope, looks new and hasn't. Turns to regard you as you walk in, but isn't immediately brandishing his weapon. He lets out like a
Fucking
sigh
fine.
that you would think is like a sigh of relief, and he says, "Oh, good grief. I've been waiting to see, well, I don't know if I can call you normal yet, but normal people for quite a while."
He means not dead people, probably.
Yeah.
So, you're aware of what's been going on here, I take it?
Indeed. The man's voice is firm and less wilty than the elves that you've encountered so far are. And he speaks with a more like firm tone. And as he does so, he says, "I couldn't tell you what they were thinking, but whoever runs this show has really screwed the pooch. Pardon my language."
Everistus will ask, "Yes, how exactly did this come about?"
I want to remind you guys that the two guard elves that we put by the door are gone.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't say we're not going to kill this guy. I'm just talking to him. You know?
Yeah. Well, at your question, Everistus, he's gonna kind of give you like an exaggerated shrug and say, "Magic is not my forte. All I know is I was charged to deliver a package and guard its contents, and I don't know where that package is, and I don't know how to get the hell out of here. But that is my next objective. So maybe you
There's
know
no
something?"
way this guy's a fucking elf.
I probably delivered one of the boxes full of stuff.
Are you an independent mercenary, or do you have allegiance to the gods of this town?
Oh, yeah. pardon my lack of introduction as well. It's just I've shot so many shambling mounds that I was eager to just get back to small talk, I guess. The name's Maxon. I've been a guard for this city for quite a while now. I want to say 10 years. Anyway, I've been here mostly just to help deal with the problems of crime that you might see. I'm not really normally in this district, but job's a job.
Well, we've managed.
Astorium will,
Oh, go ahead.
Astorium will touch the glowing blue thing, the glowing thing.
Oh! Your dwarf soulmate says. But then he says, wait, it's no hot. Indeed, Ashtorium, you feel no warmth.
He withdraws his hand.
Everistus will look towards the guard, who I'm sure is a little confused on why this robot just made that noise. And we'll kind of just say, hello. You said Maxon? Hello, Maxon. I am Everistus, and this is my warforged Ashtorium. He sounds like that sometimes.
Astorium will say hello in his
Nice
normal
explanation.
voice.
And also sounds like that sometimes. It's been a very weird day.
You could say that again.
We are here with our friend Silas, who's back there, and he will gesture towards him,
I nod.
and a couple others, maybe a few, a Knoll and two Draconin. Again, a very odd day. The lights turned out. A lot of undead things shambled about. We killed a lot of them, and now we are here to finish the job downstairs. That is where the logical progression is, anyway. My only question for you, Maxon, do you have any idea what this blue thing is in front of us?
Maxon is going to be nodding along as you speak, and at your mention of two Draconin and a Knoll, his eyes will widen a little bit inside his visor, to the degree that you can see inside his helm there. But he'll continue nodding along, sort of. You get the sense that he's pleased to hear you speak, to hear another person speak in general. And as you finish talking, he says, yeah, I mean, I was just about to do what your Warforged just did, and indeed, it is not hot. It's starting to get a little chilly in here. But, unfortunately, I don't think any of the fire in this place is real. It all seems to be some kind of light magic, which again is above my understanding of things.
Is this blue thing similar to the lights that were at the doors?
Like the main gate all the way downstairs?
Like the lights that we shut off?
When did you shut off lights?
When we opened the casket and all the lights went out?
Oh, you're talking about the lights at each door, like hanging on the walls.
Yeah.
I would say that it seems similar. It's just weird that it's differently colored, but that could just be the way that magic changes in color sometimes, right?
Yeah. All right. So Everistus, putting the pieces together, however wrong they could possibly be, is does this thing look carryable by any means?
It seems to be like fixed to the table, so you'd probably need to try to disassemble it.
Everistus will kind of say,
His crowbar.
crowbar. Get ready for that. He's going to say,
Yo.
before the lights went out, there were lights at every door. We heard from an elvish guard a little while back that when the lights go out, the monsters come out. So maybe this light could help us avoid more of those. I don't know how to get it off the table, but I do have this crowbar here.
Well, I understand crowbars and other such tools. But, judging by this thing's fixings, I'm going to say that will be a tough ask. However, you're not wrong about the lights keeping the monsters away. I feel like ever since I walked into this room, I don't know, it's the safest I've felt since I got here. There's something to be said for the ability to just relax a little bit. And as he says this, he's kind of like stretching out his back and shoulders, and just maybe take a bit of a load off. But then again, you never be too careful.
This guy is so chill for being in a demon mansion.
Can I get an insight roll on this shit?
Go for it.
This guy is totally a monster. We should just kill him.
He seems to carry himself with very natural air and does not immediately seem to arouse any suspicion.
I see. You seem rather calm, and I have no hatred towards you or anger towards that calmness. What package did you deliver? We've seen a few.
Oh, the package I delivered? Well, it was pretty sizable. They had to bring it in some kind of big old contraption, and I watched them get it up the stairs, but I didn't go to investigate it after that.
I see. I think we may have opened that one. And with that, I'll kind of like sigh a little bit, and he'll say, well, Maxon, I would rather leave you calm than in harm's way. I suppose we will just head downstairs. You can either wait here, or I believe the way out should be clear. And he'll kind of like start walking towards the back of the room where he originally fucked everything up. And he'll say, I suppose you could join us, but I don't know how much you are willing to walk out of this room. It is rather dangerous out there.
Oh, I mean, if you guys are strong in numbers, I don't see why I can't join you. Let me just see if I can fetch my spare bolt. I threw an extra one into that fire earlier, and they'll turn to regard the hearth, but it doesn't seem like there is a crossbow bolt in there. And he says, oh, I could have sworn I did. It was right before you came in.
Silas will take a closer look and see if he knows anything about this type of magical flame.
Sure. Your baseline understanding of it, Silas, is that it's the same magic that is used to to produce the light at the tip of your spear that you've been using to illuminate the place. It does not produce warmth or heat, but it shines a light on things nonetheless. And it even seems to be a similar tone in terms of color, where it's that shimmering blue light instead of the more traditional yellow light. Although you do know that kind of magic can be configured as the wielder desires. So whatever enchanted this particular hearth to give it that kind of magic seems to have been done so with a deliberate intent to make it more blue.
Are there any... What else is on the table here?
Seems to be some flasks and bottles of water and other liquids. And there's also a toolbox of some kind, seemingly just there for, in the case that somebody may require various tools. But
I want to
go
just
ahead.
pick something random up out of the toolbox and
Uh-huh.
toss it into the flame and see what happens.
Okay. The object enters the fire with no resistance or immediate reaction, and Maxon will take a look at you and say, "What are you doing there?"
I am curious if this flame sits atop some sort of offering bowl or magical implement. For if it is true that you tossed a bolt into it and it is now gone, there must be some reason for its disappearance.
Oh, well, if they're magical enough to put lights everywhere, I don't see why they wouldn't be magical enough to do something else with something bigger than a light sconce. And then, before both of your very eyes, the tool that you had put in approximately 30 seconds ago will dematerialize, seemingly just cease to exist right in front of you. It will perhaps remind you, Silas, of the time where the elf guard lady sort of dematerialized before your eyes. So your first instinct is going to be teleportation.
So it does go somewhere.
Ashtorium has the strong desire to put his head in.
I was thinking the same thing.
You are not putting our head in there. And then Maxon will turn and say, the Maxon will turn and say, our head? Oh, right. He sounds like that sometimes.
I like
he
how,
just accepts that.
yeah, it's no like, he actually just accepts that there's two people in there.
I think he
Alright.
gets assisted on that wisdom saving throw by Gelter. Yeah.
Yep. Where he rolls a 20. And he's like,
Let's
nope.
see. Oh shit! Yeah, he did actually roll pretty high. All right, Silas, were you about to do something?
Yeah, I want to check out these flasks and see if there's anything other than water here.
Okay, sure. Let's see.
Can I investigate the coffin chest that I opened?
Yeah.
You didn't open it.
Right. Somehow magically- I think it was Ashtorium, actually.
I really was hoping that Astorium was, or Lucy was correcting him because he didn't want there to be a, what would you call it? He's like, hey, remember Wink? But
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Okay. So on atop the table seems to be a flask of what appears to be oil, and also a flask of like a bottle of water. But there's also a white flask of some kind, and it does seem to have some sort of magical like impact or something. It's heavier, and if you will say that, it seems heavier than the others, but you're not immediately sure what it might be, other than the fact that it seems enchanted.
Okay, I will pick up the white flask. I will take the cap off of it and I'll just give it a sniff.
Okay, to your surprise, when you uncork the little flask there, you don't see liquid sloshing around, but instead a more solid, almost like perhaps like a cream or something like that, like more of a solid substance. And it smells distinctly of like I guess you could say of like ash, but that's not really the right smell. It's like when you burn wood for a campfire or something. It got a similar smell to that.
Interesting. Okay. I'm going to take that flask and I will come back over to the hearth and I will pour some of it into the bowl, but not all of it.
Okay. As you do so, Maxon is gonna give it a look, and he's gonna say, "Oh, hey, that's a find. Feeling a little weak in the knees there?"
I'm just curious if I can do something to agitate this implement.
Oh, you want to make it stronger? Well, be my guest. And he'll sort of gesture towards the hearth as you start to pour your substance onto it. Now, as that's going on, what are we doing over here with Narath and Ro?
We're putting the corpses in a pile and we're gonna destroy them.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we burn the corpses, and then Norath reaches out to spiritually figure out if this is a significant amount to where maybe the souls can piece themselves back together a bit.
Right. So we'll say that there's a whole bunch of singe marks, and the smell is quite acrid as the viscera and the corpses go up in flames before being disintegrated into ashes, leaving quite the stain on the carpet. And as they do so, they will, and they sort of fall to pieces, Darix will have like a heavy look on his face. At first, it's obviously disgust in that, but then it's sort of a more somber look. And he said, as he sort of mutters under his breath about how hopefully those souls can find peace. Narath, you will get a sense that more of the stitched together spirits are able to sort of feel whole, but that there's still some way to go for liberation for most, or perhaps even any of them. That
Narath
same
will-
sort of spiritual maelstrom will be more or less apparent to Ro as well, even if it's not, even if it's in more like passive or primal terms.
Right.
Narath
sense
will
the-
say, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I probably sense that the spirits are like happier, but not like complete, most likely.
Narath will say out loud, "If we have the chance, we will burn this mansion and all its horrors to the ground." Agreed?
I'm sure Dorix will fight you on that unless he finds what he seeks first.
Turning to the
What was Narath's
Conan.
full statement? I only caught the tail end of it.
if we have the chance, we will burn this mansion to the ground before we're done.
Yeah, I would say Darix would look like he was about to interrupt as soon as you said that, and nodding in agreement to what Ro says, he'll say, "As long as I find what I have been sent here to safeguard, all will be well, and you can do with this cursed place as you wish."
Sounds about right.
Perhaps if you shared what it is that we were looking for, we could get this all done much faster.
He will sort of look like he was about to make some kind of proclamation towards you, not relevant to this, but more about some sort of impassioned defense, but then seems quieted for a moment, and then he'll say, "I think you'll know it when you see it. I just hope I see it first."
I hope Savras, and I pray to Savras that is indeed the case. And then he will turn to Ro.
Darks will look like he's about ready to make his way over to join the rest of the crew.
And I do think it's about time we go back. I don't think there's anything left to do here.
Indeed. During this time, during the walk back, Narath will do, as I said earlier, and just peruse through the book
Mm-hmm.
on the areas that he previously looked at that had like the sort of outlines and stuff, but he couldn't understand the language. He wants to look over those again while they walk.
Okay, so you're talking about it's a bunch of rituals indeed that seem to be designed to they are in service of something called Acronon that you have not actually heard before. I've posted the spelling of it in your thread. And when you read this particular word and sort of like go back over it as a proper noun, there will be this sense of seizure that occurs. Like, this has caught the attention once again, the renewed attention of your patron, and that will stop you in your tracks a moment on your trek backwards, with the sort of the vigor of how much he has taken interest in this. And as he does so, it will underline the significance of that you are to keep an eye out for other hints and inklings as to what this is.
All right, as that happens, Narath will pause and he will clutch the reliquary where it is on his person for a second, as if expecting something to pop out of it, but nothing happens, and so he takes a moment to catch his breath. Did you feel that, my dear? He says to Avina in his mind.
The great and terrible presence. How could I not?
Do you think it saw you?
It washed over me. It was here for you.
Let us keep it that way, yes?
She seems a bit shook and says, Won't take much to convince me.
Norath will then try to catch up.
All right. So Ro,
Putting
Darix, and later on Narath will enter into the room as Silas is pouring, this white flask, some of the contents of it, into what appears to be some kind of blue hearth, fire open upon it. In the far corner of the room, Ashtorium stands before one of the doors, and Evaristus is poking at an open crate, or perhaps a casket of some sort, standing atop a rather ornate-looking table. But the more immediate sort of thing of note would be the presence of an unexpected person, a fairly tall for a smooth skin man who seems to be shoulder to shoulder with Silas, the both of them eagerly watching the contents of the hearth drip into the slowly drip into the contents of the flask slowly drip into the hearth. There's
not an elf man.
Well, he's got a
An
helmet
elf
on,
man.
so you're not really quite sure. But your first instinct
Does he
would
have
be
an
to
elven
assume.
build?
No, he seems a bit more filled out than that.
Does he
But-
smell like a man?
You smell like gore, so you're not in a good spot to roll
Ro
perception.
will be the only one, yeah, to be able to maybe detect the smell.
Fair, my senses have been dulled.
Yeah, it's true too.
Although I could probably eat a corpse now with how bad my taste is.
Ha!
Well, Darix has one hand on the hilt of his morning star, and he sort of stands alert, but not immediately sure how to act, it looks like.
And you're probably watching the guy
Yeah.
trying to figure out
So,
if he's...
do I recognize any markings on the human? Or
Yeah, he seems to
Guy.
have the sigil of the city guard of Inalance, but you're not immediately sure if there's some more like Inalance is a very big city, right? You don't immediately recognize if there's like a regional marking. There's some markings that might be that, but it's not immediately obvious.
Do I want to do something here?
Well, Ro would have first dibs on an action because he came in first or sooner than you, and we know what Darix is doing.
What about the blue thing? Do I recognize anything about it?
It looks like a differently colored light magic, similar to the other lights that have been in this mansion back when they were actually active. So the thing that would immediately catch your guys' attention is that this light is active, unlike the others.
Mhm.
Does the room feel different?
There's this sense of, I guess you could say, calmness about the room, where it doesn't feel like you're about to be beset upon by eldritch horrors and monstrosities.
All right. In which case, Narath will just walk in and observe.
What are you doing, Ro, as you walk in?
So I walk over to Silas and I say, "What are you doing over here, Silas? Are you playing with a fancy lamp?"
Well, you see, we've got an interesting thing here. Anything that goes into the bowl of this hearth disappears after a few seconds. So, I guess you could say I am playing with it. I'm just trying to see what happens when I put different things into the bowl.
Very interesting.
And then he will also gesture towards the flask of oil and glance back towards Narath, and he will say, "That flask there contains some oil. If we need to burn any more bodies, it should speed up the process."
Is the flask like on the desk or something?
Yeah, it's the black flask there.
Okay. Narath will nod and say, "Indeed. What my performance earlier is limited, and I prefer to use it on standing enemies." And he picks up the flask and he says, "Do not worry. We brought those souls just a bit closer to peace."
Darks will give you guys. Will be nodding in the background, seemingly content with this. But has since let his hand fall from the hilt of his morning star. Maxon,
Who is your friend, Silas?
What was that?
as soon
Who
as
is your friend?
yeah, Narath says, "Who is your friend?" And before any other can answer, Maxon will sort of take a step to the side of Silas and give a wave, a cordial wave, and say, "Hey there, name's Maxon, guard from Inalance. Not here on official business per se, at least not anymore. It seems my clientele have been taken out by some mysterious force. I figure you guys know more than I do. I'm just here to see if I can find my way out of here."
I like
The
this
guard
guy.
waves. Narath walks toward him with a very large and eerie smile. As he says, "Is that so?" And he extends a silver, withered hand forward for the man to shake as he does so, making very direct eye contact. Ivina will recognize that this is a shit test,
Well,
and
the
he will attempt
Go.
to intimidate the man.
okay. So the as you
Fuck me.
Good job. You're a cuddly pony.
Actually,
He's
nat
too
one.
chill.
You actually
He's
nat
too
one.
chill.
Holy shit.
that
But if he
is
also nat ones,
yeah, but he has
Well, that's
advantage
true.
because it's common here. So the guard Maxon, his eyes fall from your visage and your physiognomy to your hand there, right? Your claw, your withered claw, and he has initially kind of outstretched his hand reflexively to give you a bit of a handshake, but he kind of like lets it recoil a little bit as he sees it, and he's like, "Oh man, they got you good, didn't they?"
Arath will say, "Don't worry. It isn't my blood." Is
He'll
that grounds enough for another intimidation?
he'll look you up and down, and he'll say, "Well, I feel like if it was, you wouldn't be walking." And then he'll clasp his gauntlet over your claw and give you a shake, and then release pretty soon after that, and kind of like wipe it on the side of his trousers, and he'll say, "Well, it's nice to meet you. Name's Maxon, as mentioned, and yeah, I guess at this point, I'm the newest man who's keeping up company with you."
Arath will say, well, Narath Beladar at your service. Say, you don't have to happen to have pointed ears, do you? These elves have special doors. And I was wondering how an outsider like you could have gotten in.
"Oh, I was in with the delivery. Just came in probably less than an hour ago. Since then, those special doors you were talking about have been the bane of my existence. They can't let you out if they can't let you in. So it seems."
Hmm. Arath will nod. And Were there others in your party previously?
Well, when I came here, I did so on the back of a horse that was just part of one part of the convoy that was dropping off the supplies. I mean, you can look at me. I am a guard and equipped as such. But they needed a little bit of extra muscle to actually bring this big old behemoth into the manor. So that's where I came in. And let me tell you, it has been a colossal mistake so far.
A colossal mistake for us all, I think.
Arath nods in agreement.
That being said, most of the laborers were the other elven guards. It seems like they wanted to keep those who knew to a minimum. I don't know how well that worked out for them, because I reckon if no guards know what's going on here, then there's no help coming. But then I see you guys, so maybe somebody does know what's going on after all.
I'm afraid that you are mistaken. We came as independent actors, priests of Savras, here to bring a blessing. Unfortunately, everything went south after we had entered the manor. As far as the outside world is concerned, we are just doing our business, unless something has changed.
Oh, independent actors. Well, I guess that would be me now, too, since I'm just trying to independently act my way out of this manor.
Makes sense.
Keep your wits about you, and we shall see to that. What was his name again?
Maxon?
Maxim.
Mr. Maxim. You find yourselves in the company of a surprisingly capable group.
He gives you a respectful nod, and he says, "Well, if I may, you do look like a fearsome bunch. I don't see why anyone would want to mess with the you lot."
Some of the people around here are not too bright. They seem to have made a lot of mistakes.
Or maybe they're a bit too bright, without enough wisdom to keep it in check.
He kind of rests a hand, or the gauntlet that he had shaken your hand with, on his chin, momentarily as he thinks, and then he immediately kind of like pulls it off of his chin, like, oh, like he forgot what was going on. And then he says, "Well, it does make me think. Is this some kind of attack? Did somebody else put somebody else up to whatever this is? I mean, I've seen skeletons before. Well, I've read about them at least, but I've never seen these things."
Arath will say at this, the degeneracy of this place runs very deep. If your countrymen outside knew even a quarter of it, they would lynch every elf in this city overnight.
At this, Maxim will kind of step back a little, not step back, but like kind of rock back on his feet a little bit. And then as he comes back forward, he'll say, "One of them is right behind us."
Ha 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 ha. like
Do not
Ro actually
worry.
Yeah.
laughs out loud.
It's all right, Maxon. He doesn't like them either.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll buy him a drink later.
Do I hear? How much of that do I hear?
You wouldn't hear his
him
whisper, but yeah,
but I hear what Silas says.
You heard Narath say that they would lynch every elf. You heard a whisper, and then you heard Ro laugh and Silas say he doesn't like them either. So
Everestus will kind of turn away from whatever he's investigating that he's never seen before, and say, "Yes, Maxon. I suppose since we're probably going to die together, it's fair enough to say I'm not an elf." And then he's gonna just turn back to go back investigating this casket that he's never seen before.
Silas will raise an eyebrow at this comment.
You already know that.
Yeah, he already told you that he's a human named Nick, but you don't believe him.
It just got more confusing.
Maxon's like cocks his head to one side, and he's like, "Huh, I thought that was like, one of those. I took him as more of a ranger, Didn't realize he was also one of them magicians. Cool."
More like assassin.
On that note, Everestus, if you are using some sort of self-altering spell, you can feel free to drop it now that we're all in good company.
Everestus will kind of like slowly turn away. He's gonna like look at the room, and he's gonna like give a nervous glance to Ash and say, "Yes, of course." And then he will shape change into Nick.
All right. Do I recognize this as not traditional illusion magic?
Well, let's just
Same.
say the magic, if that's what it is, seems to disturb and perhaps even change up the physical like properties of the subject, right? So his skin is sort of like morphing underneath his clothing to the degree that you can see that it would mostly be his face. You might hear like sounds of shifting parts of his anatomy, nothing like bones breaking or anything, but just like some more subtle like squelching or something. It doesn't, it seems to be more physical than your average sort of magical display.
Yeah, I guess something you would note is there's no like, especially because he's way too nervous to even think of that. There's no like hand moving, like a spell.
Yeah, it just happens
Well,
seemingly as he's standing
Yeah,
there.
it just kind of happens.
Also, at this point, by being able to see it up closer, they're probably going to be able to tell it's not really illusion magic, and probably think more along the lines of a polymorph spell instead.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can tell, right?
Yeah, that would be where your brains would go first, is that it's more like polymorph and less like like an illusion. I mean, you already
Now,
probably would have
there's that whole
independently figured
changeling
out.
comment.
An illusion would not work out anyway because he's made physical contact with stuff. So, like, he's touched things and held things and attacked things, and so a polymorph makes way more sense.
Okay. Yeah, but there's also that whole line where the big bad evil guy said, "By the way, he's a fucking changeling." So I want to know
if you know what a
the wrath
changeling is,
puts
then you
two
might
and two
put that
together
together.
here. That I just saw a true polymorph happen in front of me, and he's been acting shifty every time someone's brought up identity, and then even after he already admitted quote unquote he was a human, right?
I think you'd
And
probably
then
roll at this
there's
point.
also the fact that whole rhyme scheme only for him to be called a changeling and then act super awkward about that. So I don't think Narath's a dumb guy. If you want me to make a check of some kind, or do I just figure it out?
Well, you would know that it's not. You know that it's more like a polymorph for sure. The question of whether you would, what would you say? The question of whether you would immediately think of it as like a literal changeling is probably something that we would determine with like an Arcana check. The other thing too to note is that changelings overall are not necessarily the most common, but
Yeah.
I think somebody like Narath would have known that Narath would be aware of it. I definitely don't think Darix would be. Silas would probably have read about them, and maybe Narath would have even like encountered one before, but
And to make a changeling assassin for fucking Farron.
Yeah. So as Darix witnesses this, by the way, he's gonna say, Damn. I knew he wasn't an elf. Not evil enough.
Not even,
As Narek says
not a real
this,
knife here.
now Nick will say, "Yeah, see, just a regular old smooth skin human. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Nick."
Maxon will
From the
cast
north.
a strange eye. Yeah, from the north. Maxon will cast a side eye towards Darix and Narath, and then back to, sort of like moving with his eyes as if to indicate Nick. And he'll say, "You think he uses that line on the ladies too?"
Narath walks up to Nick, quote unquote, and looks him up and down very deliberately. As he says, "Long way from the bar, friend."
Yes, sir. You knew I was asking questions for a reason.
Uh-oh, I think my sound died. Someone say something?
Something.
Hello?
Okay, so it's just one speaker that died. Cool.
Yeah, he said that you
Figured
knew.
that
He
out
said,
maybe.
"Yes, sir. You knew I was asking questions for a reason."
And
Referencing the bar.
who knew that reason was to kill the matriarch? What's your angle here?
That might have to stay a little bit close to the chest. I will say that something I'm sure you've already noticed. Me and my friend here are an assassin group of sorts.
Yes, an assassin group that is either so ignorant as to the nature of its quarry that it sends two of its agents to die, or so malicious that it doesn't care. Funny, isn't it?
I don't know about funny, but assassin groups do need to be malicious. That's kind of in the job. You guys are all getting very close.
We're all just
Narath,
very
at the
interested.
mention of that, just gives the most vicious looking smile. He's got gore all over him, maybe some on his chin, It's like, it's stained the bottom of his jaw red, so it kind of looks like he took a fucking bite. And he just has those silver teeth gleaming as he just stares at Nick and then says, well, he doesn't say anything. He just sort of waits for him to get even more queasy.
Yeah, except he's a psychopath, so he probably won't.
A psychopath doesn't mean fearless, though. He's just gonna like.
You're in
Narath.
stabbing range, my friend.
Narath, I think you need some pointers on how to intimidate people. It doesn't seem to be very effective.
Absolutely destroyed.
There's a lot of party burns happening in this session.
What the fuck? I have
Yeah.
a +5. Why do I roll a shit? Anyway,
Yeah, no offense to you, Narath. The dog
Narath
is right.
will
I almost died
glare
today.
at Ro with that 11. Make a contested check. Maybe you crit fail.
What? You're trying to intimidate
He's
me now?
intimidating the 8-foot dog.
Yeah, he's
Roll a
trying to.
wisdom or whatever.
Okay.
I mean, he has a
intimidation check.
-2 to charisma, so this could actually work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Roll
that's
your
true.
fucking charisma, boy.
Okay.
Glaring at you.
So I got to roll my charisma saving throw?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So while Narath is doing this, he's gonna say, "Yeah, Narath, Ro's right. I did almost die today. Your blood is not too scary."
Oh, you
Horrible roll, of course.
All right, Ro, we're going to say that the appearance of Narath's glare is maybe enough to get you to back up a little bit and stand corrected or whatever.
It's like death himself just fucking scowled at you.
I see. Well, have it your way.
Seeing Ro maybe a little shocked, Nick's just gonna be like, "Oh, I guess Narath is spooky to someone." Can I go back
Narath
to
will take a
examining
step
this
back
coffin that
and
I've never seen
say-
before?
What did you say?
Nothing.
He didn't really say that.
That was out of character. Yeah.
Narath will take a step back and say, "There's been an awful lot of beating around the bush ever since we found ourselves together. I, for one, am growing quite tired of it. We must know. It is important to know what exact sort of trouble each of us is going to get the other in."
Dude, out of character, I want the guys to fall really badly, but this guy rolled a fucking 8. Like,
Who rolled a
why
what?
do you suck at rolling 8? You rolled an 8 in Arcana. Like,
Oh yeah,
I'm fine with telling you guys I'm a changeling, but you rolled an 8,
well,
bro.
yeah.
Not
That's
only
why he's
that,
appealing to your. He's trying to persuade you or whatever. That it's
Narath is like
important.
actually the.
I mean, I
the
can make a persuasion check.
most
You are
secretive one of
welcome
the
to
group.
make a persuasion check.
Does Silas
Maybe
have
the-
any words to offer at this point as well?
Yeah.
What the
Uh,
fuck, man? I have such shit rolls. I'm mid.
While
Dude, I
the
rolled a 6, so I don't want to hear it. Or, yeah.
I rolled a 1 on an intimidation check with some peasant.
He's a guard. Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't shit talk Maxon.
Yeah, up
He's
jump
probably
peasant.
not, if that even is his real name.
that
Glorified
guy is
gold.
the guy is so carefree. He sees you and he's just like, "Oh, good job, bud. That's pretty spooky."
He's like, damn, you nearly scared me.
But on the serious note,
Fucking Farmer Joe.
while the air is kind of still with Narath's question, I'll kind of glance towards Derek's and I will message cantrip him and say into his mind, "Do you trust it? What do you make of this?"
There's a moment in time where for Derek's to sort of ponder this question, and he grows pensive and says, "I don't trust anything that changes its appearance so readily, but I have had to trust his blade. So maybe this is a question for another time."
That was totally Calendar or whatever the hell his name is. Fucking telling him.
Kennicon? I mean, he's being consuled. You know,
Kennicon,
he's being
Sorry,
consulted.
Ralph.
Oh god, he passed. But
Mhm.
it's over.
So, what was the question you asked?
He was basically
that
grilling
wasn't
you
asked
for
for.
like he said we need to be we need to know what everybody's
On the
getting
same
each
page.
other into. Yeah. Oh shit! Astorium
What the fuck?
vanishes.
Astorium turns invisible. But you can
Wow.
still hear the dwarf, but you don't know where it's coming from.
Where did your
Oh,
body
we're
go?
being sneaky now.
Can Astorium have snuck through the door while everyone was focused on talking?
Yeah, sure. It's gonna make a loud noise, but that's okay. It won't really
That's
make a
what
loud
the
noise.
natural 20 is for.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah,
close it
you
behind
just-
you?
You just phase through the
Yeah.
door.
Okay.
I'll just sneak through it.
I was asked.
Astorium disassembles and slides under the door.
All right. So, what is everyone's danger? Like,
I
That's
it's
really
basically
weird.
saying he wants
Know
everyone to
what
tell each other the
everyone's-
truth, which is rich coming from Narath, of course.
Well, not only that, that's a really dumb way to say it. But anyway,
What do you mean dumb way to say it? You just said we all need to be on the same fucking page. Like
I don't know. It would help if I remembered what you said. Anyway,
back in time in the stream.
nah, dude, roll a better intimidation check.
I'm trying, man. I'm really fucking.
You
I
really
feel
are.
pissed.
Yeah, you're working for it. So
I'm
Nick is gonna say
Holy fuck! Never mind. We're so back.
You wasted it on the
you
chest
used it on
check.
chess, bro.
Narath is playing mental chess with Avina.
Nick is gonna say. When I rolled a 14, he rolled a 10. All right, Nick's gonna say, "Yeah, I suppose we should probably be on the same page for the most part. I'll give you what I can. I have been in this room before with my robot Astorium," and with that, he will kind of gesture towards the door where he last saw Astorium, and then he's gonna be like, "I'm not quite sure where he went. We'll find him in a second. As I was saying, we have been in this room before. I somehow lockpicked this thing that I've never seen that kind of lock. But I lockpicked it. It opened. one of those specters Ro absolutely annihilated came out of it. And then everything went bad. And by bad, I mean the lights went out.
Is that
No-
possibly
Norath
what
would like to
released
make
the
a
undead?
check if that makes sense to him.
You can roll Arcana. And what did Rose say?
Oh, he said, is that possibly the reason that the monsters were released?
Narath,
I have
there's
a feeling.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a feeling it could be that. The specter came out, it tried to possess my robot, who, again, I really must find in a second. And that blue light over there turned off. It was only after we had left that I believe the blue light turned on, but I could be misremembering things. We were running very fast.
That might help people put two and two together. I don't think Ro would.
So, Narath, your understanding of Arcana is such that what you understand that there's certain seals that are made magically, right? Like a magical seal of some kind. When it is broken through, say, the picking of a lock wouldn't necessarily do it, but the releasing of a spirit could. There can be like a discharge of that magical energy that dissipates. It depends on how the spell is constructed. And it very well could be the case that the seal being broken, if there was such a seal placed upon this casket, it could be the case that that seal being broken disrupted other magical seals. And that allowed some of the creatures in the crates to be active prematurely. It certainly seems to have affected the lights if if Nick is telling the truth. And I guess just based on your recollection of events that's separate from your Arcana roll, you do remember that the lights did go out at some point, and it was while Nick, while he was posing as Evaristus, and Ashtorium were busy somewhere else. They had already disappeared, right? That was after the very first battle that you partook in within this manor. So that does seem to check out as far as your understanding of the timeline of events. It's plausible, rather, is what I would say to that.
All right. Norath will
Really?
say, "It seems you knocked loose something that they would have rather kept contained. The rest is just a side effect. Damage control on the part of the elves, perhaps. This is good. That means they are just as surprised as everyone else."
Yes, I would say so. I say we find the room that young Darix here was talking about, and then we head to the lower levels to finish off our escapades in here. I'm going to go through this door south to find my robot now.
Pointing to the casket, Norath will say, "Is it empty now?"
Was it empty while I was looking at it?
There was a body within it when you had first opened it. It is no longer
Yes.
there.
Well, Nick will kind of stop as he walks away, and maybe making a shocking development, he will say, "No, or rather, yes. When I came here the first time, there was a body, and out came a specter. It was this bronzish elf, I believe, maybe copper-colored, and now that body is gone." And as he says gone, he's going to kind of like turn and look at Maxon silently.
Very
Is
good.
there any ashes where the body would have been?
There doesn't appear to be a trace within the casket. Maxon will be having kind of like surveyed the whole room, and he doesn't seem to be looking at you, Nick, when you set your eyes on him. Instead, he is just sort of he's like holstered his crossbow, and he's got his hands like by his sides, and he must be having some sort of internal monologue. He's been thinking, doing the think.
He's NPC mode. How do I talk?
Is there any writing that I recognize on the casket or in this general area?
There do seem to be some sort of glyph, but your magical knowledge. Like there's a series of like glyphs or symbols or whatever, but they seem to bear religious significance as opposed to being writing. Or perhaps it's some sort of ritual element, but it's not text. It doesn't translate the way that your magical powers would allow you to translate them.
Nick's gonna go through the door after Astorian.
Okay, we'll figure out what.
Draconic.
What?
Go ahead.
Ashtorium, you should tell us what you've been doing during this time before Nick opens that door.
Astorium will have been examining the room and just walking through the middle of it.
Okay, it's a pretty large hall. There's a few. There are a few like little shelves and drawers and other such things that are back and forth between different spots, and there is another ornamental royal looking rug at the far wall that leads to a room that you recognize the same construction of the door and of the rug as the same sort of thing that was before Delena O'Hara's bedchamber.
Okay. You will not have tried to open any doors.
Is it as he finishes this investigation that I walk through the door?
Yeah, we can say that. It looks like Narath and Silas are gearing up to do something, and we'll also say that Maxon sort of like makes ready to sort of follow you out, but he's just kind of like standing in the doorway right now.
Are there any drawers on any of the desks here?
Nope, they're all smooth and flat.
All right. And so it's just the casket, the flame. There's nothing else that's really here. I took the oil, right?
Yep, I put it in your inventory.
Okay. And there's no writing on anywhere here, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It's all like they're symbols of some sort, but they seem to be more like decorative. Or if they have significance, it's not immediately apparent to you.
Okay. So how long did this all take? From burning bodies to here?
All the way from burning bodies to here, it's probably been like 10 minutes max.
All right, so my protection from evil and good wears off.
Okay, sure, yeah.
In which case, Narath looks around and says, "Best not let them get their heads chopped off. I'd like to know who is so intent on murdering a matriarch. Don't you agree?"
Who are you talking to for that?
Just to both guys who are next to me, just sort of like a general statement.
Okay, Silas did ask you a question in text about whether you discovered anything important, so you might want to address that.
In which case, this is before everything, this is before what I just said. What I just said will happen after. He will say to Silas, you say, "Empty indeed. I'm afraid that we may just have to find another walking corpse to deal with."
Indeed. Do I catch the glyphs that he saw?
Yeah, that's like on top of the casket and a similar set of similar looking, if you want to call it writing, it's not really. It's just like similar looking carvings have been done so into the table. The table and the casket both stand out as being of different architecture or different material and certainly different style of decorative, like decorations than what you both are used to seeing on this continent, which maybe would be something that would stand out more to Silas since Narath has not really been here for too long.
Is any of it similar to the celestial that was on the parchment?
Nothing immediately makes a connection to you. Not you don't immediately see the like a link between the two of them.
Okay, cool. In which case, with that, Silas will turn his attention away.
Then Narath says everything about,
following them out.
Not
yeah.
wanting to watch their heads chop off and wanting to get to the end of the mystery.
And Darix
to
will
make sure.
agree with you as he steps out with you. And as that
As he
happens,
walks,
yep.
go ahead.
As that happens, Darix will, step to one side.
And now descend.
That was
on the other.
perfect.
That's fucking awesome.
Who's gonna? It's like the Mexican standoff, right? And then there's the Canadian standoff, and it's two people holding the door for each other. It's basically who's gonna
Alright.
stop trying to be polite first. But yeah, Darix takes a step to one side. Maxon will stride forward, but this is we'll really quickly catch up with what Nick and Ashtorium were doing during this time, as they might have had maybe 30 seconds or something to communicate.
Yeah, Nick's gonna walk out and ask Ashtorium, anything of interest, Ash?
Astorium will explain what he has discovered, the group, about the rooms and the carpets.
As the now 5 party members follow him out, he's going to look towards them and say, I say we just start opening doors, I guess. There's one of those big regal rugs that was like the Miss Delena's room. I don't know if we'll be able to get that open since none of us are elves.
Looking to Darax will say, drag the lead out.
Darix
It's time for
still
some puppetry.
Darix has been sort of has Javoine slung across his shoulder, and he'll say, I was thinking that.
Nick's gonna ask Ash to lead the way towards the rug.
As you guys walk by, there will be a few of the doors to the south that seem to be leading towards a balcony of sorts. They're certainly at the outer perimeter of the place, of the manor. And Darix will go ahead and step forward and let Javoine plop onto the ground rather unceremoniously, and then step off the carpet.
Dude, Maxon got lost.
Oh yeah, Maxon didn't.
He's been left behind.
Yeah, I didn't right arrow him.
Yeah, if Maxim wasn't coming, Narath wasn't coming. He's not letting that fucking spy get out of his sight.
As you guys are walking this way, I guess before Darix does that plopping, Maxim will say, I kind of zoned out a bit earlier. What are we doing now? Just looking for a way out still?
Oh no, we're looking for more trouble.
Oh boy. All right.
Can I get another insight check on this guy?
Sure, you can roll insight and tell me what you want to know.
While that's happening, Narath will say to Maxim, think of it as, how do you all say this? The only way out is through.
I want to run a check of like all the weird stuff of why was he so calm? Why did he just zone out? And why is the only thing he really mentions is a way out? And whether or not that makes sense with whether or not zoning out, because it's the second time he's done it, right? He did it earlier in the room as well.
No, he didn't seem to zone out earlier. It was just like during that big conversation you guys were having about transformation
he was just
or whatever.
thinking.
Yeah, he was he was having that was the zoning out when he was having a thing. So he,
okay.
this is him returning from that or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he might just not be the most. He might just not have the most activated almonds of the bunch. Your insight check seems to confirm that he has that earnestness about him still. But you will notice that as you leave the room behind, not just yourself, but everybody in the party will generally feel that sense of a sense of tension slowly be sort of building back up, like the enormity of the situation once again representing itself. And I think at this point it's safe to say that you would recognize that room seemed to have some sort of calming effect. And it was given voice to by Maxon earlier when he said that he felt like this is the only place he wasn't going to get ambushed. And there was a little bit more to that, where when he was saying that maybe you could relax a little bit. That room did have something about it that was making things, dropping tensions a little bit, making people feel a little bit more relaxed. And maybe that's why he zoned out at one point. He was so relaxed he wasn't really thinking super clearly or whatever.
Nick's gonna kind of look to Max and look back at the rest of the party and be like, I'm sure you all feel it too. That room is very calming. And I don't think I like it very much.
That's right. You can't intimidate people in the calm room.
Yeah, I was giving people advantage on it. Except for Ro. I forgot to do that. Sorry, Ro.
Oh.
Dude, roll it now to see what you would have got.
Yeah, roll a second charisma saving throw.
That one.
Damn, yeah,
Holy
you
fuck, he
would have.
passed.
I would have passed.
Yeah, but that's all right. We can say that.
And I could have
It
told
was
Narath
always
he was
this
an
way.
idiot.
You could have told Narath, you really need help.
Yeah.
Okay,
If
so
only you knew how true that was.
so what was the last? Oh, you said you don't really think you like it too much. Darks will just have like some of his teeth bared a little bit, but he won't say much right now. And Maxon will kind of nod and say, "Felt a lot safer in there." And he'll produce his crossbow from his back and start knocking a bolt in there.
Maybe if we decide to rest at some point, we can return to that room.
Nick will pipe up and with a bit of a chuckle say, yeah, I don't think I'm resting anywhere near this building, let alone inside of it. Let's open this door.
All right.
Understood.
I will rest in its embers among the peaceful dead.
Nick's going to raise an eyebrow at Narath because he's being edgy.
Avina will also raise an eyebrow at Narath.
From inside his head.
Yeah.
Avina will see an image of many burning bodies, many of them draconian.
She's going to raise her other eyebrow at you.
Avina will have a look of shock horror and say nothing.
Many red and silver.
Dude, how long does it take Slintar to fucking read?
3 days.
Nah, he's almost done.
The voice of a dwarf once again pops up from within Ashtorium's head chamber and says, "Oh, does this robot ever need to use the bathroom?"
I don't think so.
Does that robot? Do I know that?
No.
I would know that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would he have a
Pisses
bladder?
used oil.
Nick's gonna speak up and say, no, you dwarf voice.
My name's Gelter. Gelter and Ronsa. I'm from the south. Weren't you from the north?
I'm from somewhere. Nice to meet you, Gelter. I'm Nick. And
Piping up
no,
suddenly.
he does
Narath-
not have to pee.
Piping up suddenly, Narath will ask the dwarf, "Where exactly is your robot from?"
I've been trying to find that out myself.
Why would the dwarf?
Yeah, I like
Did you fail an
You ask
intelligence
Nick?
saving throw?
Yeah.
I would love to find out when you do.
Hey, robot,
That's-
can I look through the archives? I'd love to do some reading.
Yeah, go for it. I thought you were doing that already.
Well, it's better to ask now. I've only opened a few pages.
Can we hear the voices in other people's heads too?
No, it's
only
only
in
only the
Astro's
dwarf.
head.
Yeah, the dwarf's
Yeah.
voice
He
comes
hasn't
out of
figured
his
out the
ears.
mute.
Because he has a speaker
Yeah.
in his
Wow.
head.
I'm never teaching him to shut that off. So, unless he does it.
Yeah, he can. It's a possibility.
Why would he? He doesn't even conceive of that being.
Well, I would
a
imagine that in
option.
order for him to turn off the dwarf, he has to turn himself off, right?
Well, no,
He's
it would
probably
be
using the
more
same
like
speaker.
you could, like if they built some kind of bond where they can actually communicate without him yelling. That would-
Well, yeah.
I mean, if he's an
that would be
assassin and you just hear, "Oi, over here!" That's the time.
So, this is
Oh wait,
something
we're supposed to be sneaking now.
Yes.
Astorium
Are we?
critting someone and just dwarf quips being yelled every time.
Yeah. I don't know. So
Best character.
Nick will say, as Gelter presumably retreats to read, he's going to say to Astorium, "Yeah, Slintar likes to read too. I wish he probably talk a little more. He seems to be very useful at knowing where these absolute abominable creatures are."
Speaking of which, and I'll turn to Maxon, it's only fair that you know that we've cleared out droves of them, and it's only this floor that we've been on. As we continue to explore, you should be ready for a fight.
Maxon will give you a firm nod and pat his crossbow and say, "I've taken out a few of them already. I lost a good sword doing so, but still got this bad boy and a dagger for backup."
Silas will nod, and then he'll kind of look back towards the door to see if Devoin's presence has done anything to open it.
It does seem to be working its magic, as the door has been, the inner rotating mechanism seems to be doing just that, rotating, and eventually will be, you suspect, opening the way. But that will be
As
after
a-
I return from the bathroom.
The robot doesn't
Esther's
use the
pissed.
bathroom,
That
but you
means
do.
there's a
That,
fight.
yeah,
As-
that's the main reason I asked that, actually.
As the door begins to open, Nick's going to look around. He's going to say, "I feel like I should be, I should look like someone else again. Might give us an element of surprise with the guards. They do seem to love their elves. Not you,
can
of course,
transform
Maxon.
into more things?
I want
Uh,
to note if I think he's using spell slots for this.
My dear Ro, I can transform into anyone I see, as far as I've found out so far."
That's
Okay.
an
Okay,
interesting
buddy.
ability.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
Checks out.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Exactly. You're right.
Okay, buddy.
Advantage because that was so retarded. Like, come on.
I
Come
can't.
on.
There's
Like,
no.
Nah,
There's,
I'm a
because if you
magic
could
user.
polymorph, you can transform into anybody, right?
I'm a fucking
Yeah.
magic user. Like he's using fucking high level spells apparently to transform his whole body.
So you should be
Multiple
As
scared.
far
times,
as you know, he
like,
has a
it's
magic
nothing.
artifact that lets him do it. See?
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Could be a magic item.
Narath will study Link very carefully to see if he can find this magic item.
Yeah. See that?
He's
that
wearing some
actually makes
pretty
sense.
nondescript clothing, so whatever it is must be on his
Hidden
person.
underneath.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Narath looks
Concealed.
into his eyes to see if they're made of glass.
I mean, if you had an artifact that expensive, you would probably conceal it anyway.
That's right. I will return momentarily while I leave you in suspense about what is behind the door. And yeah, this will be the scheduled time, I guess, for using the bathroom. So ERB.
Boys, who should I turn into?
Dude, turn into the matriarch.
Nah, turn into Javai.
Ooh.
I thought about that when we were approaching the matriarch, but there was a little like I would have turned a few too many heads at that point.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had turned into Javai and then saw him in the mirror and he looked back at you.
And everyone was like, "Wait a minute."
Dude, I created a so for the paladin partner goers, which is most people here, they'll know about Fred the Frog, who said the "now he's dead" thing, which was a callback to me and my brother's father being an idiot. And I kind of want to. I created this human. Eventually, I'll turn into him. I don't know if it'll be now. Probably not. That strongly resembles one of my brother's friends from a while back, and I kind of want to own him with it. I don't know when the time will be right, but that is something I'm thinking of. Is just turning into like vague characters from his real life and just continuing to own him forever. And it's a good thing he doesn't watch back the VODs. Anyway, yeah, I'll probably just be like an elf or something.
You turn into one of the guards, I guess.
I don't really have like guard clothing though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is true. Just turn into Javai and be like, I have decided to wear different clothes today.
You should just be like, act like it's a compulsion. Like you have to change into somebody else
Or-
like every 24 hours, just to keep us on our toes.
Wait,
Yeah, it's
wait,
not.
here's
it's
an idea.
Yeah.
You turn into Javoin, and then you carry him. So there's two. So like, why? How are you
that would be
carrying
funny.
yourself?
It would be no. I'll turn into Javai, and we'll pose like we're looking for help for young Javoin.
No, you turn into Javoin, and then like you lay on the ground, and then Ashtorium will nat 20 stealth check behind the other Javoin and make it look like he's standing up.
I don't think it works like that.
What does that accomplish?
Weekend at Javoin's.
That would be a performance check.
This is quality trolling.
I'll turn into Ashtorium, and then there will be two Scottish idiots. Dude, I wish like I don't know. I think I don't wish this, but it would be kind of funny if there was like a check for me changing into things. So like some like imagine like I go to change into Nick, I just fail, and you guys just see a changeling. Like I think that would be really troll.
Yeah, like if you like nat 1, you're just like a writhing mass of flesh.
Yeah. I'll BRB.
Okay.
I have returned.
You
Welcome
are a
back.
Dracodon.
That's
The
right.
dead shall serve.
No. They shall not. I have decided.
I still can't believe that the undead is a fucking thing.
The undead.
Were you even looking?
Apparently not.
Oh, I looked up. Like, what shit?
What did you just search? You just searched like undead warlock or something, or what?
Yeah, basically.
Well, I think the problem is the Undying is like older than the undead. I think the undead is newer, so that's probably what happened.
Again, Narath would have ended up being a very different character, I can tell, based off of this. So, perhaps it's best that ended up that way, but like, holy fuck.
Are we all back?
I don't know.
Narath
I
wasn't
am
done
here.
as a character for a while.
Well, think about it. Narath would have turned from the undead to the dead as soon as he turned into an undead.
That is true.
The other party members would have just killed him.
It'd have been like, oh, you're
We
part
get
of the problem.
if we get the bad ending, this is what will happen to Narath. He'll just
Hmm.
get fucking resurrected by the Lich as a shambling corpse, but he'll be an undead warlock.
Right.
So Narath is hoping that whoever kills him burns his fucking corpse.
Or eats it.
Or eats it. Narath just wants an excuse to go full necromantic so that someone has an excuse to fucking brutalize his body after.
We decided as a party that I'm shapeshifting into Javai to make it look like we're looking for help for Javoin.
Jesus. They're gonna be like, we sensed his passing false one. Your eyes do not hide us.
Well, then we'll immediately know they're bad guys and kill them.
Hmm.
See?
You're acting like we're not gonna immediately fucking murder every elf.
Hey, we didn't murder the guard guy in the room.
The guard guy is a guard and he's human. At
You
least
didn't know
appears to
that
be.
immediately.
Narath was sizing him up to kill that man. I hope you understand.
You can hardly
Yeah,
call
and
it
then failed
sizing it up
to,
when you roll the
intimidate
one.
him.
Yeah, he failed to intimidate him, but at least he got the knowledge that he is human. Otherwise, it would have been better safe than sorry, bro.
You know, I'll intimidate him by rolling a nat 20 on insight and just seeing into his soul.
Hmm.
See, I can't do that. Narath has no insight. He's a -1.
Apparently no charisma either.
You can still nat 20. You can nat 20 any check.
Yeah, it turns out 5% is well, there wasn't a nat 20, but 5% is more often than you'd think. There was a recent interesting idea mechanistically where, I mean, it's not really that recent, but I recently found it where it was somebody trying to explain how you could do 2d10, and if you made that the default roll, then getting, I mean, you could only get a 2 as the lowest roll, and then getting like that was less common, and then getting a 20 was also less common. I think it went from 5% to like 1% or something like that, or some significant change.
Like somewhere around there.
So that would make
it's like
those kinds of
1.5%.
things much rarer. I
Mhm.
guess I can see where that would be valuable. The only thing I would worry about is if you make something more rare, then it probably has to be more impactful when it does happen. And I actually don't really like when it's like, even if you crit succeed a persuasion check, you're not going to get the person to like sell their whole house to you for $1 or whatever, right? Like that's not going to happen. So I don't really like the idea that would push the game into a situation where you'd have to make more bizarre things happen. But,
yeah, the only issue is
I also think that would be odd with the bonuses.
Not one, you are convinced of the wrong thing. Totally. You've
Yeah.
been very merciful. Like,
All right,
there's
that's
so many,
not true.
There's been so many opportunities where it's like a nat 1, and it's like, yeah, you believe.
Dude, I nat 1'd and he told me
believe
you were
Ro
a
is the
fuck.
spawn of Satan.
I nat 1'd and Shoulder believed that you were a fucking warlock that was hitting on it. I don't want to hear
Yeah,
and then
mercy.
he
Imagine how
then
much
he
worse it
said,
could have
"I'm
been.
a crow." or I'm a
Yeah,
bird.
I'm a bird.
I'm a bird. Yeah, because like it didn't. Even, the other Nat 1 was really funny because Shambo's character Jason walks up to Shoulder, who's my brother's Kenku, in the other game, and he walks up next to him and is looking at he's like ogling the cleric, the woman cleric. He's like says something like, oh, isn't she a sight or whatever? Like I see you're looking at her too, or I saw her first, something like that. And
A pleasant view, I think it was.
yeah,
something like that.
and then so the insight check failed.
No, that was
No,
when I high
remember
fived
now.
her.
It was enjoying the view.
No, I just high fived her after we like fought, and you had said something, and then I insight check failed, and it was like I'm a bird.
Yeah,
I'm a bird.
Oh no, mate! No, that was afterwards. So yeah, so the first one was I think you were just like I was just like looking around at the party, and you were like, "She's nice to look at" or something, and I just for some reason I'm a bird.
No, it's because you failed the insight check and thought that he was hitting on you instead of he was talking about how pretty she was, and Shoulder just looks really disgusted, and he goes, "I'm a bird."
Yeah, and then later I end up high-fiving that same cleric, and he comes up to me and goes, "Remember, you're a bird."
Yeah, that was good.
I forgot I did that.
Classic move. All right. Well, with all that said, I think we're ready to proceed. Since Lucy's here, you ready to open that door? As Lucy steps forward, as Ashtorium steps forward, the door opens and reveals a regal-looking bedchamber.
I bet this was Juvai's. I'm in the right place.
Does anybody pick up Javoine, or are we all just walking over his body?
Derek's has got him. Derek's will scoop him up. The door doesn't close as
duty.
Shit, boys, there's another
Why he's
mirror
so
in there.
quiet? He's fucking tired.
Oh yeah, Silas's favorite thing, the mirror. There's
Oh god.
There are innumerable ornate,
It's a massive fucking room.
I'm giving the mirror a wide berth.
There's also a door in the back.
That's right.
Are there any drawers in this mirror?
I'd like to investigate this desk over here.
Okay. Well,
I think those are dressers or something.
yeah, they are dressers. They've got an assortment of royal-looking clothing, and you'll sift through them, and in doing so, find that. Oh, he now won again.
He can't even find the drawers.
Arath catches look of himself in the mirror and just
sees how he's in. No, your good intimidation roll. Your 20 just intimidated yourself, dude.
Okay. Vina feels a sudden shock as Narath turns the corner, not expecting the mirror, and he catches his own withered look and images of other undead Draconin of varying decrepitude flash in Narath's mind as he reaches for his sword very suddenly, only to realize it's
a
him.
mirror.
Bro is scared by himself.
That's right. Okay, so
What
do I find in these wardrobes?
You end up perusing the dressers and finding a whole host of like clothes on hangers or whatever, right? And you rifle through the pockets and come away with 2 extra gold coins that were left inside some of them.
Do I find a cool cloak?
Yeah, we'll say there's like a green one. These people love their green and teal. There's a green one and a teal one.
I'll take the teal one.
Hell yeah.
And I'll take both of them, and I'll give the green one to Astorium.
Oh, Astorium getting his green.
Green-torium?
Green-torium. Okay. Darix
I'll add the 2 gold myself, so you don't have to.
Thanks. Darix will take a step forward in the room, and he'll like inhale and sniff, and he'll say, "This is the place." And he'll be surveying the room.
Oh, it's in here, huh?
Oh,
if only I
Ro,
didn't use my-
did you were walking towards that door.
Yeah, I was gonna look at the door.
How is that possible to
Nice.
get 2 1s in a row? Like,
I was just gonna say, if only I didn't use my 18 on a fucking wardrobe.
And
This
it's
guy-
2 3s in a row.
it's 2 nat 1s, which are 3s.
Narath was actually in hell. Like,
So, how do I
he
fuck up
put
a
his
bed?
dice in that blue flame and they haven't come back.
Yeah. Narath, this bed looks really comfy.
It is a bed.
This bed is
That's all you
green.
can tell about it.
Narath sits down for a moment on the bed.
Avina remarks on how relaxing the bed looks.
Can I also investigate the bed?
Sure.
Is the bed big enough for a 7-foot draconin?
Well, obviously it's a I would say the headboard, it would be very uncomfortable for your neck. That's probably where you would be. I don't think you could lay on it. I guess you could let your feet dangle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need a separate check?
Yeah, if you're investigating.
I have to wipe some of the blood on him with the sheets. Off of him, I mean.
Yo, Blink has eyes.
Holy
It says
shit.
it in his name.
You got an 18 and a 17. That's crazy. Well, as Nick shows Narath how to investigate,
I'm Javai.
as Javai shows Narath how to investigate, you will see that you'll look through the bed, and you will confirm that it is very comfortable.
Astorium will put the
Narath takes
cloak
a
on.
pillow and uses it to wipe the bottom of his neck and mouth.
What did you do, Ashtorium? You put the cloak on?
Put the cloak on.
Hell yeah, Ashtorium with a cloak.
Javai confirming that the bed is absolutely useless, as
comfy.
well as Narath's investigation rolls. He's gonna go see what Ro's doing, dude.
All right, and as Ro approaches this door, there will be a not really a chill in the air, more like your gut kind of like drops, like your stomach drops, and there's a deep guttural sound of the presence within your mind that has sort of moved in, and is, so to speak. Fendel takes a big old whiff, if you will, and says, "Something powerful awaits us."
I feel it too, Fendel. There will be a fight going into this room. I'm sure of it.
Do you tell us any of that out loud?
Yes, Fendel, I feel it too. There will be a fight in this room.
Hell yeah.
There you go. I need to project more.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a look at the door. Is it,
Definitely not Javai is gonna pull out his bow.
There you go.
In a surge of necrotic energy, Narath once more takes on the appearance of a more lively draconin. His scales glittering, but with a sickly green shine to them, rather than any natural glow of something living.
To investigate that door.
Yeah, I want to investigate the door.
All right, roll that check. Meanwhile, Silas,
Astorium will assist.
well, that might be a good thing.
That's a good call.
I assisted that.
So I can
You
investigate again
did.
then.
You did assist.
Yeah, roll another check, Ro.
Yo,
Hey.
this is pretty good.
All right. So while we wait to hear what your investigation turned up, Silas, do you have anything to say to Maxon or Darix as the rest of your party seems to be prepping for a fight over there?
Well, Silas gives a long glance towards the mirror,
Mhm.
being very suspicious of it,
Mhm.
but then will eventually turn towards Maxon and he will say, "Stay away from the mirrors. There's something strange in this place with them."
Oh, Maxon will respond. Well, still wouldn't be the strangest thing I've seen, but noted.
While everyone prepares for battle and he investigates that door, I need like 5 seconds.
You got 5 seconds.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3.
3, 4, 5.
Banned.
No, too late.
Upgrade
Is
your
Avina
coffee
aware of
subscription.
Narath's senses?
We're all already dead.
What did you say, Narath? Chandler?
Is Avina aware of Narath's senses?
In what way?
Like, she taste what I taste, smell what I smell,
Um,
hear how I hear.
she could share the memories for sure, or like the experience. Yeah. You're not aware of whether or not she has to, like, maybe she could opt in or out. It's not clear.
Okay.
Oh, also, we had just had a chat confirm that there's a 1 in 400 chance of you nat 1ing twice in a row. So congrats.
I'm just getting you out of the way, bud.
I wish it was a 1 in 300 chance.
If only.
No, it's 1 in 400 because it's 20 times 20.
Yeah.
Each time you divide by 20.
I rolled high on the fiendish figure, which is all that matters.
That's right, you did. So, Ro, you investigate this door, and in doing so, we'll say, do you end up making physical contact with it? Are you going to place your hand on it, or are you just...
Yeah, I'm touching it.
Okay. So you place your paw on it, right? Your claw, and
Yep.
as soon as you make physical contact with the door, there is a strong voice heard by all from the other side of it that sounds almost in agony, and it says, "Do not enter!"
What the hell did I come back to?
And what if we want to?
What sounds like a different voice says, "You do not want to enter."
Is the door
And-
Do I
locked?
smell necrotic filth from this?
Your senses are dulled.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
the
We
door
just
gets in.
started explaining it when you came back. So he was
All right.
investigating the door, and as soon as he touched it, the voice said, "Do not enter."
And then I asked if we want to. What if we want to enter? And it said you do not want to.
All right. Well, in Javai's voice, if it even recognizes it, he's gonna say, "Fuck." How did Javai sound? I don't really remember.
Oh,
Whatever, I'll-
yes. It is me, Javai.
All right. I'll try and mimic that, I guess. The real life mimicry. Ro, open the door.
But this man says that I shouldn't.
Do not open the door. And a peculiar thing happens on that last word, as if the voice is overtaken by a different voice in the middle of its speech.
Okay,
Looking
well,
to
I'm gonna try to
Darax,
open the door.
Narath waits a moment.
What did you say, Ro?
I said I opened the door.
The door is
Open the
locked.
door,
Okay. I'm gonna have to get out the great axe for this one.
I could lock pick it.
I prefer my
I
method.
touched that door in the no square.
You can't do necrotic damage to a wooden object.
Yes, you can. You rot the wood.
Yeah,
freeze the wood.
technically you
I think that
can.
tree is already dead.
It's undead door. It's immune.
Yeah.
Oh,
so-
go fuck yourself. You're undead.
That door's not dead, it's undead.
the funniest part about this whole thing
Door
is
is
that
the door lock instead of the warlock.
I don't know why you
he actually rolled to attack. He didn't-
you
Now it has
didn't need to roll to attack it.
I hit
It has
that door. I
disadvantage
deal
now.
8 damage to that door. I don't care what the
Fuck you say?
he reaches out with his chill touch hand and he just grabs the door handle.
And just
Rots
opens
the
it.
lock. Yeah, what are you targeting with this? Are you targeting the door or the door handle?
The hinges. I'm freezing the hinges solid so that they'll crack and break.
Oh, okay. Well, your necrotic magic takes hold, and the door seems to become a bit more fragile, as if it's able to be pushed out with just a little bit of effort.
Bring
I
it
think-
down, Ro. One kick.
How about one great axe slash?
Oh, that's so much cooler if a giant hound just fucking boom, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Ro, you bring your great axe, cleaving the door in twain, and as you do so, you reveal what's on the other side: an enormous, many-mouthed creature with intestines and teeth swirling in its gaping stomach and chest cavity. Its twisted visage imploring you, as many of its mouths say at once, "You should not have entered."
Can I cast Mending to close the door?
He's like, I don't want to see that.
Not really. I'm just joking.
Put it away. Put it back.
Holy
I don't
shit!
wanna
You
see
guys are so slow. Wait, fuck! No, god damn it!
What? What's the problem?
I don't have my assassin stuff yet, so being
Holy
fast
fuck,
is
I'm
bad.
fast, bro. I'm fast today.
Not fast enough.
See, I just had to
By
get
the
those
way.
net ones out, and now look at my rolls. They're fucking beautiful.
We all assume we're going to go into combat.
Well, he did the combat thing, so that's a lot
Yeah,
of rolls.
that is
He's rolling initiative for each mouth.
They independently fight.
Every
What the fuck?
I got
Every-
one for each of you.
every turn you hear a different voice.
He actually doesn't have one for each
Well,
of us because
the good thing is-
also exists.
We have Ro and Ashtorium in the front, so
Dude, what's Maxon's roll?
I
Does
think
it
I'm a
not-
better
didn't-
tank than
it
both
didn't
of you.
show?
This thing's gonna have disadvantage attacking me.
Holy shit, that guy's
Oh,
fast.
he is.
Did he roll like a 20? What the fuck?
He rolled an 18 and got a plus
Oh.
2.
Oh, fuck me.
You guys
He's
are
just
so
a bit faster
slow
than me,
comparatively.
I rolled an 18. He just had a plus 2.
Yeah, but comparatively to me, you guys are slow.
All
Yeah,
right,
you're
since
fucking
you're so
insane. I
fast,
hope
what do
you-
you do, Nick?
Javai?
Javai?
Javai, if that is your real name.
Why?
Javai from the south?
Javai from the dead.
That southern gentleman, Mr. Javai, what you gonna do today?
All right, with
Go
his
get yourself some undead
with his short bow out, he's gonna aim at that massive, disgusting creature that
Which
talks
mouth
like a
you
voice
shooting
in his
in,
head,
Javai?
and gonna shoot him.
That's not the same voice.
Fuck's a dagger gonna do? You throwing that shit?
Yes.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
You
Fuck.
fucking suck.
He had to use up the bad rolls so that he could get a good one.
I will tolerate this, but only once.
Dude, it's really dark in my room, and I keep hitting 3 instead of 2.
He misses
which is
anyway because
maybe
it has an
even
AC
funnier.
of
3.
18.
All right, hit the damage roll, sir. Son. Oh.
God damn.
All right, that's 9 points of piercing damage as you let your arrow sing straight into one of the misbegotten eyes on this creature. One of the many mouths howls in agony, and another one says, "Good shot."
I like this guy.
He wants to die. He's just like me, for real, for real.
All
Dude, I
right.
appreciate how many tools there are lying around.
Yeah.
Are
Okay.
you human?
Narath,
fuck-
you're up next, but first, Maxon is going to quickly run into so that he can actually get a look at it. And as he looks at it, he says, "Good gods!" and gets ready to throw a crossbow bolt at him. but unfortunately, he whiffs. He seems a little nervous and says, "I'll do better next time." And Narath,
You missed something that big.
before you even have a chance to move, one of the mouths has opened up and locked onto Ro, seemingly feeling like he is responsible for the entering, what with his great axe and all. A bolt of energy emerges from the mouth, but it slams into the remains of the door, barely missing Ro in the process. Go ahead, Narath.
Good job, bro.
So, did I actually get off the cast for protection from evil and good, or am I doing that right now? I already
When did you
cast
forget?
it, but I don't know if that counted.
You tried to cast it as the door was breaking.
Yeah, when the door was opening, Narath was like,
Yeah, we'll
I-
say
I
you have your
casted it.
full action. Go for it.
Okay. And so the
I think
rules
as soon
are
as
that I
somebody
have-
said that there would be a problem, you probably would have cast.
So, marching forward, Narath gets in the undead thing's face. They're willing creatures to let me pass, right?
Yeah, Ro's not gonna get in your way.
And it takes 10 movement to get across him. So I have technically 5 left, so I guess I'll go like that.
Okay.
And Narath will just charge right into the room and cast Cold Touch.
All right, that hits. Roll the damage.
Oh, another 8.
There
Okay.
we go.
He's cooking.
So as he does this, as he runs in and casts Cold Touch, aiming for the biggest head, Narath says, "Though you may suffer now, we shall bring you peace, as we have all of your other misbegotten kin."
Your chill touch seems to trigger something within the creature, and many of the mouths echo in a cacophony, "Wrong, wrong, 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 wrong," as only 4 points of necrotic damage are applied to the creature.
Damn.
God damn it! All right, well,
You're a baby.
we'll see. We'll see how this goes down.
Yeah.
I guess with my bonus action, I can draw my sword. I don't really want to use my breath weapon, and I'm out of inspiration charges.
Okay.
Is I good drink a healing potion? Or 1d4? Nah. Oh wait, what's this oil flask do? All 1 point. As an action, you can splash the oil in the flask.
You can make that a bonus action if you want to, but I don't know if it would be
Oh.
of very useful, because item actions are bonus actions here. Unless I rule otherwise for whatever reason.
Now, does anyone have a fire attack?
I don't think so.
Ro does not.
Nope.
And I just used my last spell slot, so I can't really ignite it. I would have to use my torch. It's on my other hand, but then it's like, what the fuck am I doing? I have a sword for that.
Yeah, Astorium has a torch.
Can I grapple one of its arms?
You can certainly try.
Mainly, I want this thing attacking me because it's definitely some sort of abomination, so it'll have disadvantage on attacks against me. So, even if it's not successful, I think it's worth as a.
Sure.
It's just like, I'm in your face, fucking deal with me, not the rest of them. So it's athletics?
Yep.
I feel like it's gonna try to attack me just because I opened the door.
Yeah, but I'm trying to stop this by, getting in its face and attacking its face and then grabbing it.
You're able
Which
to. You seem to be able to hold on tightly to one of its enormous arms, but you reckon that you've only. You're only able to restrain one of them given the creature's size, and it may indeed swing at you if given the opportunity.
All right, then satisfied, Narath ends his turn.
Okay, Ro, you're up with Silas on deck.
Nice. So Ro is going to walk up closer and be like, "Sorry, but we had to open the door. I hope you understand." And now he's gonna slam the great axe into it.
You might want to shuffle just so we have more room to maneuver, by the way.
You can shuffle without getting opportunity attacks. Actually, you should go all the
Okay.
way around it for advantage.
Oh, can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's facing,
Alright.
its eyes are like now currently locked on Narath, so you'll have the
See
ability
if
to
you
do
can
so.
crit.
Yeah, roll.
You hit. But see
Just
if you
roll
can
with
crit.
roll a second.
roll with advantages. Okay, yeah.
Just in case. All right.
Nope,
So go
Okay,
ahead
no
and
crit,
hit
but you
the
still hit.
Roll the
damage.
normal damage.
That's right.
9 damage.
Okay, 9 damage. That slashes across the creature's great hide, spilling blood out of the room that seems to have already been caked in it. As another set of creatures, another set of the mouths roar. Another bolt of damage, or another bolt of strange magic, targets you in response, Ro, and that is going to be.
Whoa.
Let's see. 3 points of force damage impacting your chest
Ooh.
as you are struck by some sort of magic.
Ro's gonna try to bite him.
Oh, that's a good response.
Uh-huh. He's gonna bite him back.
There you go. Okay. So that is going to be. You can roll your damage because that one hits.
Okay.
All right. For 5 points of piercing damage, you sink your teeth into the least toothy part of the creature that you can reach from this point, and you get him even more bloodied and messy, and it's even more of a massacre than what it would have been otherwise.
Nice. Okay, and then I think that's gonna be it for my turn.
All right. Silas, you're up, and Mr. Ashtorium is going next.
All right, Silas will get a clear line of sight with the creature, and then you'll see him reach back into a little pouch and pull out a dagger. And as he looks at the dagger, he'll toss it up into the air, and as it spins, he'll begin an incantation, and you'll see the dagger stop, aim towards the creature, and then fly at it at extreme speed as he casts catapult on the dagger.
Now, how does
So-
catapult's damage work exactly after you roll? Like, do you roll to hit or?
So it has to make a dexterity saving throw, and on a failed save, it takes 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that's pretty significant. All right, and what is it's against your spellcasting DC?
Yes, which is 13.
Okay. This thing's not very dexterous, so roll that damage, son.
Oh,
Savage. 9 points of
bludgeoning.
bludgeoning.
I feel like it would
Unless
be-
you want it to be piercing because it's the
Yeah.
dagger.
Yeah, I'm
that's
thinking
what
because
I
it's the
said.
dagger, it'll end up being piercing. So, okay, you've just managed to hit this poor sucker for quite a bit of damage. You plunge, magically speaking, that dagger right into its suck, its head, its real mouth, if you can call it that. And the eyes begin to bulge, and the mouths scream, and yet it seems to still be standing.
And then, unless something happens in response, Silas will kind of shimmy out of the way in case somebody else needs to attack it.
Alrighty.
This thing isn't bloodied yet, correct?
Doesn't appear to be. I mean, it's pretty bloody, but not quite.
Yeah, not that
Yeah,
bloody.
watch this.
Yo, it's Ashtorian punching time.
Watch this.
Looks like it's the size of the fucking universe.
All right.
Oh,
no.
Oh.
You guys have caught my curse, it seems.
Hey, that second one hits. Roll the
Yeah,
damage.
that one's gonna hit, yeah.
Hey.
He doesn't have very high AC.
It's too
But
fat.
he's tanky.
Yeah.
Are you spending your key points, sir?
Yes, to punch
This is
multiple
Derek's fucking
times.
boyfriend right here.
So that is going to be some good damage. That's going to be 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and the creature seems to stagger back as you. What are you hitting? His kneecaps or something? It's pretty big.
The
Fucking up
the
his
biggest
toes.
thing in
Right,
biggest thing
yeah.
in range.
Center of mass. That's right. Okay. And as you do so, it sort of staggers back and looks significantly worse for wear after all this punishment. Right.
We're in danger.
Yeah, I can't wait till he just spins and hits all three of you, and you all just get eviscerated.
We all die. He does like 30 damage.
All right, so that is going to be another one of the mouths opens up in response to Ashtorium's punches and sears him for 4 points of that same force damage that struck Ro earlier. Then, turning his attention to Narath, you see some of that, the tendrils lurch out in an attempt to defeat you, and yet, perhaps due to the what was the thing that gives you the ability to not be
Protection from
Oh,
good
yes.
and evil. Oh,
you're-
you're talking about the undead thing?
No, you already damaged it, so
Okay.
that wouldn't even apply.
Oh, that's true.
The protection from good and evil, due to your magical ward, you sense that its its attempt at striking you was not successful. So then it will attempt yet again. This time with one of the mouths opening up. Oh, and this hit is good. That's going to be 4 points of force damage.
Ooh.
Concentrate. I
Okay.
pass.
So your protection from good and evil is still valid, and that only ate through some of your false, what was it, the vigor thing? The
False life.
Yeah, false life.
false life.
Fiendish vigor.
Fiendish vigor, there you go. I mixed the two
But
of
I
them.
get false.
All right.
Well, Fiendish vigor allows me to cast a free thing of false life with no spell.
Right, yeah. All right. Darix is definitely going to be quick to anger here, and he lets his fury overtake him as he charges forward with his smash in tow. That's the Morning Star, of course. And he strikes it down upon the creature. Let's see. Hey, with advantage, you guys will never guess. But that motherfucker crit.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Epic.
19 into 20. That's pretty
I know,
crazy.
yeah. All right. And so that is going to be a solid 11 points of damage, bludgeoning this sucker, nearly caving in one of the enormous legs of the creature. Darix will sort of rear back as if he was about to let his radiant power be shown, but looking at the positioning of his fellow party members, simmers down a bit, and then passes his turn to blink, or Javai, as he is currently posing as.
If that is his real name.
That's right.
All right. Still not bloodied. Correct.
No, it was bloodied after Ashtorium's punches.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
that means it's gonna die.
So if I just walk up straight ahead and I stab this thing, I get advantage.
It's currently still looking at Narath, so yeah, sure.
So you would have to go a little bit to the left. I
You
think.
can pass through Darix and go up one
Yeah.
square. Yeah. That will be all of your movement though, because it's difficult terrain when you're passing through somebody.
I see.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I guess. Oh, so never mind. I guess you would be like sharing the square with him. I don't know if you want to do that.
Would I get it here?
Yeah, you can attack from there.
Yeah.
And I think that counts.
Yeah,
So-
it's the opposite flank, so yeah, that can still work. You just can't. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So this
Yeah.
would be 5 tiles. So yeah, I can move here, and if I move out, it's attack of opportunity. All right.
Exactly.
All right. So Javai is gonna charge forward, and he's gonna with bonus action to pull out his rapier And he's gonna try and eviscerate this thing.
All right, let's see it. Oh, that hits. Roll the damage. That crit
Good thing I
fails.
had
Do not roll the
advantage.
damage.
And then I get my sneak attack, which is a 1d6.
Hell yeah.
Epic.
Was it always 1d6? I thought it was 1d4 at one point.
No, I got confused. I
Oh, okay.
also thought it was a 1d4.
Yeah, no, it's 1d6. It's sneak attack's always d6s, but how many increases as he levels up?
Didn't actually do all that much anyway.
Well, 11 damage is nothing
Yeah.
to scoff at.
We'll say that's 11 slashing damage as you artfully draw your rapier and begin slicing and dicing. The creature's howls continue to echo and resound through the room. All right. And then
Fuck you guys.
Maxon, still trying to prove himself, will strike true for a whopping 10 points of piercing damage as a bolt
Holy.
strikes into the heart or intestines of this creature. Then he looks to Silas and says, "Told you."
Hell yeah.
All right. And
This
then
thing won't even last 2 turns.
Narath, there's another one of those mouths that is looking you over. Those are some tough rolls, my friend. And it comes through with another bolt of damage earmarked for you for 3 points, bringing your false life out of the equation. Your turn
was
is
the
now.
difficulty's 10, so I pass.
Yeah, it is. DC 10.
All right. So he just ended the false life. All right.
Yeah, that's right. The scales are no longer simmering with power.
All right. Narath will swing his sword at the creature, saying, "From one abomination to another. It will take more than that." Hit. Hell yeah.
Alrighty, let's do it. That is going to be, like you mentioned, 8 points of slashing damage. Okay, this creature is looking pretty rough. And it's got one more lick in it that's still seemingly fixated on Narath, as one of its mouths is going to get ready to open up after your turn. But besides that, it's looking pretty likely that Ro's going to send him to the Shadow Realm at this point.
Where he belongs.
Do I open my mouth in return?
No, because you'd probably hit somebody.
That's true. I'd probably friendly fire.
Yeah, I don't think you could not
Unless they
friendly
shift down?
No, I think
I think
you
I'd still hit
me.
Ro.
Yeah, it would it would hit Ro, so.
Now, do I want to hit Blink?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're on all sides of the creature, so.
Yeah, when
Can I
flanking goes
re-grapple
bad.
him? Can I re-grapple him?
Did you ever ungrapple him?
Yeah, you never
Oh,
ungrapple.
yeah, I forgot. I forgot I had him grappled.
Just that arm, yeah.
Okay, well, that arm
Let-
is
let Ro
main
eat this
grapple.
guy.
All right.
Okay.
That's another 3 points of force damage impacting in Narath as the creature attempts to exact its vengeance.
Yes.
Those rolls are getting lower and lower. Ro, you are up.
Yeah, he keeps hitting me. What the fuck? He's got disadvantage on all
I know,
the
yeah. I am rolling it. One of them was like 20 and 18, and then this one was 13 and 20.
He's like, I got you, bro. I know what you're going through.
Yeah.
I'll put you out.
Yeah.
Okay, beast, prepare to have your spirit released. And he raises his great axe over his head, and he goes to swing. And does he have advantage, or does he not?
I think he would because Narath is still the focus due to the grapple.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll roll with advantage.
And that will do the job.
There you go. Gonna roll damage.
Max
damage.
damage, by the way.
You released.
Okay, well, I think it's safe to say that with one fell swoop of your great axe, you cleave a significant chunk of this creature's shoulder and cut all the way into the strange swirling intestines that have been rotating with increased pace throughout this fight. And the melee will subside as the creature's cries start to get reverberating, echoing, and coming back around in the strange and bizarre halls of this little alcove. The glow from the statue that is atop the table to the north seems to be intensifying, and as if being reciprocated, the mouths begin to transfigure, to transform. They all seem to be opening wider and wider. And it's everything you can do to not look away as the grotesque creature sheds more and more of its skin, with arms emerging and heads not human emerging as well, with new mouths of their own, as the creature transforms into something far worse.
Oh no.
What
Gross.
the fuck is
This
that?
was just stage 1, boys.
Oh shit!
I recognize this thing.
It is also equally eldritch and disgusting. All right. Well, Ro, you still have a bonus action. You want to bite that thing?
I want to bite it. It's bite time.
Okay, that works for sure.
It's delicious.
It tastes like steak.
This guy max rolls damage all the fucking time.
It's pretty. He's got loaded dice, dude. That's pretty significant. All right.
Ro is just prepared to kill everything. It's fine. It's what he's good at.
Indeed.
I eat and I kill things.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
going to be 7 points of slashing or piercing damage as you take a significant chunk out of one of its arms. You are able to even rip it right off. Just utter
Oh, damn.
devastation. But there's plenty more arms where that came from, and instead of the deeper cries of pain and agony, there's screeching laughter that cacophonies out of this creature's many mouths as they watch you dismember itself. Well, I'd say watch, but it has no eyes, so it seems to be the heads are like sort of sharking around, looking at all of you as if regarding all of you without vision, seeing without sight.
Weird. So I guess that's the end of my turn, huh?
Indeed. Okay,
Well-
Silas, you're up, my friend, with Ashtorium on deck.
Witnessing this horrifying transformation, Silas is going to immediately fall into prayer, and he will say, Severus, if there is any time I require your strength, it is now. And then I will attempt to experience an arcane vision.
Oh, interesting.
And I will use that to recover a couple spell slots. And then I will go ahead and end my turn.
All right. The power wells up within you as the favor of your god seems to be activated. Meanwhile, Ashtorium, you punching this MFer?
Is 10 enough? Probably.
Oh no, that does not hit.
11 enough.
11 does not hit.
You hit the slimy
Yeah.
parts and slide off.
Yeah.
It catches one of your fists in its mouth, but it's mostly gummy.
Darek
spits you out.
exclaims as he wields his morning star, and he says, "Good gods above." Well, that's not what he would say. What would Darek say? Good.
Starfather? Probably.
I don't know if he would say that. He's on guard. He's trying to not say Starfather.
Diastramus.
Yeah, Astramus sent me to kill things like you. And he's going to attempt to bring his Morning Star down atop the creature, but it is no use. The many arms that still sit there parry the incoming attack and seem to not take any damage as a result. So, Darix will take a step away from where he was and gesture towards Narath, saying, "We're gonna have to burn this thing, old one." But the cacophony of shrieking and laughing is all that immediately makes itself known as this creature begins to reach out for one strike, then another strike, and a third, all targeting you, Narath. But your protection from good and evil riposts one and then another. The third strike is the only one to land. And it is so for 7 points of bludgeoning damage as it lands atop your chest with a thundering clap of flesh against steel.
What's your max health?
My max health is 19. I had 7 extra hit points. I'm at 5.
Holy shit.
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
he's not doing well.
well, you can imagine what would have happened if the other two attacks hit.
Dude,
Yeah, he
you're,
would just be dead.
The creature
you
lets
might,
out
you might get
a
your wish, bro.
the creature lets out a cacophony of screeches and sounds, and these ones seem to be echoing not inside this room, but they almost seem like the sounds are directed out of this room and some moving somewhere else within the vicinity.
Oh no. It's summoning more.
All right, Mr. Jivai from the hell. What's your move, sir?
All right, so I can tell that it's calling for friends.
It was sending some kind of exploratory echolocation or something. Many of its heads are still facing the door, screeching in that direction as we speak.
All right. While he steps through, he's gonna. So it's facing this door, so it'd have to be where Ro is for advantage.
Well, or that, or between me and Darix, yeah.
Yeah, like that area. Okay. While he steps through, he's gonna yell out the door. He's gonna say, "Maxon, you need to close that door. The one we came through." And then he's gonna continue to walk.
Maxon will give you a look of, like, he's got horror on his face, but he'll give you a look of grim understanding as you say so.
All right, and then using his cunning action dash to reach the back of this disgusting monstrosity, he's gonna rapier.
Hell yeah.
Noise?
Wait, what was the it was the second for advantage. The first roll hits. So roll the damage. Hey, 12 points of slashing damage. Not bad, especially with that sneak attack. The sortie of strikes is a significant amount of represents a significant assault as you attempt to carve out some of the flesh that has been mottled and slimy. You're able to your surprise, use your rapier to significantly hamper one of the arms from doing anything, including parrying strikes. You get the sense that the creature may be easier to strike at now.
Oh my god, Narath might not die. On this turn.
Be honest, if this thing dies and Narath dies, that's a good ending.
Okay, so Maxon is going
Make sure you burn
to.
my body after.
take what Javai said to heart and use dash to move as fast as possible and as far as possible. Which is unfortunately not far in this room. And then
Yeah, it's a big room.
his turn will pass off to Narath.
Better drink that health potion.
Reeling from the blows, all of a sudden, Narath will say within his mind to Avina, perhaps you won't have to go perusing after all, my dear. And then he will cast Chill Touch on the creature to see if its resistances have changed. They have not, because I don't hit them.
Yes, your magical manifestation seems warded off by the creature's flailing shrieks and sort of like the way that it's moving its arms back and forth. All right.
I heal for 5 points, bringing me up to 10. So after that, Narath chugs down a healing potion, and then says to Ashtorium next to him, I have only but one wish. I only have but one wish. Burn my corpse.
Darix will
Ashtorium
have.
nods.
What did you say, Ashtorium? Lucy?
Ashtorium will look to him and nod.
Okay. Remember that Darix told you, Narath, that you're gonna have to burn it, and so you might want to move to a point where it would be like out of your way or whatever, out of his way. Yeah. There you go. Okay, Ro, you are up, and Silas is up next. The creature's many heads, including ones in its back, look at you expectantly, even though they have no eyes with which to see.
I am going to, yet again, hit it with my great axe. Ah!
Okay, that one is not going to pass muster, so we'll say that it catches your axe as on the way down with two of its intact hands or arms.
And the rolls have run dry for you guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to follow that up with a bite.
Yes, sir. Bite the shit out of this.
Okay,
thing.
that bite works. Let's see that damage.
Nice.
How many times can you bite per long rest? I forget.
It's
per short
not
rest?
limited by long.
It's not limited.
Oh,
It's just a bonus action, yeah.
I see.
You got crazy damage, boy.
That's
Yeah.
right. So that'll be 5 points of piercing damage, and you aren't quite able to break off another arm in your mouth, but you're drawing blood, and it's looking like it could be broken down soon. The creature overall does appear to be rather bloodied after all this. So
Nice.
it's getting there.
Okay. I'm going to pass on my turn.
Okay, Silas, your god has given you his favor. It's time. Let's see what you can do.
Yes, having received the blessing of Severus, Silas will step forward and gesture out with his hand, and like before, the incantation circle will appear, spinning in the air as 3 magic missiles shoot off towards the creature.
Hell yeah, that's just a straight damage rolls. Can't dodge that. Can't block that with its arms.
I like to think that it still tries, though.
Yeah, of course. All right.
One missile for
It
each
tries
head.
and it loses an arm each time.
So 9, that's 11 force damage.
Okay, minus 11. That's going to be force damage after force damage after force damage as each missile hits true. And that is going to make the creature reel back. One of its heads entirely scorched and blasted, and seemingly less capable of shrieking and laughter as its cries have fallen to a lower volume.
Can't wait for Ashtorium to get this thing absolutely killed.
Let's see, what's the punch like?
Ashtorium will
It's punching
punch.
time.
Okay, that one hits.
Finally hit.
Fuck yeah.
Max damage.
Yeah.
You fucking uppercut one head and then another.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so that's going to be a combined total of 10 damage, bludgeoning, as your fists pound away at the creature, fully punching through and caving in one of the many heads. Its bones crunching under your assault. It's looking very much worse for wear, and this time Darix will be swinging his Morning Star, and the parry will come too late. 8 points of bludgeoning damage for the creature to deal with, followed by the rearing of Darix's head as he gets ready to radiate this creature with his breath weapon.
Don't kill, don't kill, don't kill.
All right, and that is going to be a Constitution check. Ooh, that's going to be 7 points of damage, radiant damage, which is actually increased versus this creature as it starts to be lit aflame and it glows from within and from without as its form begins to disintegrate, its remaining heads and arms flailing and gyrating before all of you. It looks like it's about ready to collapse, and then it burns before your very eyes. And Darix will spit on the burning pile of ash.
Then the third transformation. We're fucked.
It's not 3.
But what did it call for? Is it still coming?
They truly were creating abominations in this place.
There's just a pile of ash before us.
That is right. It's ash and blood.
Ash and Torium.
Ash and Torium.
Narath wants to make an Arcana check to see if this thing was also a conglomeration of souls or if it was like some sort of demon or something.
Okay.
This one was possibly.
Or maybe it's like a conglomeration of demons. Ooh.
Haha.
Yeah. It looks
can't tell.
like it's indeed you're not really sure how it could have transformed from one of those things into the other, but the nature of the creature does seem to have required many souls. So that is what you know. Meanwhile,
Yes.
Mr. Javai has approached the statue and the table overall, and in his investigation has found that there's quite a lot of water in here, as well as another set of tools for seemingly various potential uses. Pretty mundane stuff. The thing that immediately takes your attention, of course, is the glowing green statue, which seems almost like a totem of some kind.
Can I Arcana check it?
If you want.
I will assist.
I don't need it.
Well,
I'll make my own check then.
you nat 20 it, and yet you don't really have that much Arcana knowledge, do you? It looks
But
to...
I assisted him, so his insight can jog my memory, and I can fill him in.
You get the sense that this totem seems to be watching and like an active presence, yet it's not necessarily malevolent. It seems utilitarian. It seems as if it is waiting for an invocation or a command.
Narath will touch the totem.
If only I had a voice in my head that could tell me that invocation, maybe. Because I rolled a nat 20 Arcana check.
Narath will touch the
Oh
totem.
yeah, I forgot to tell you that when it was your turn after the thing, the transformation, Slinter actually did indicate that he was back, and all he said was, "I'm going to have to read about that later."
Oh, nice.
All right, and Narath, you're touching the totem. Does anybody stop Narath from touching the totem?
He's a totem toucher. No,
Shit.
Javai's gonna let him, but he's actually gonna step back.
Rose is just going to watch curiously.
Okay, Ro. You'll get a faint sense that there is some kind of presence within this totem, but it doesn't seem to be like a spirit trapped within it. So your initial fears may be quieted as a result of that feeling. And Narath, as you attempt to you make physical contact with the totem, there's sort of like surprised like what would you say, like a gasp of shock from Avina, who says, "Oh my. It's waiting for us."
Do I have any idea what she means by that?
Well, she seems to be talking about the totem waiting for something from you. Any of you?
For you, my dear, or for all of us? He says within his mind.
The lot of you. What are you thinking, Silas?
Gazing upon this now, I guess first of all, is there anything to be gleaned just from looking at it? And then Silas will also think to himself, James, was it? What do you make of all this?
Or James hasn't spoken this whole time.
That's right. He's been quiet. He speaks when spoken to, kind of vibes. Okay. So as you look over the totem, it glows and thrums with obvious power and significance. The green light is artificial, but it comes from deliberate carvings and, carve-outs, really, within the material, which seems to be some sort of stone, though it's not a stone that is, what would you say, native to this area, per se. And James will say, "Below the northern wastes, I encountered many a tribe of creature. They have had things like this in their midst. I believe it is their handiwork, in fact. Religious significance, no doubt. But what it's for, I couldn't say. And what it's doing in this place, I am equally puzzled by."
Hmm. This seems to be some kind of artifact of a tribe. James has a little knowledge of it, but not much.
Before Narath responds, he will mentally say to Avina, he said it's waiting for us and she was surprised. And say, do you know what it is waiting for? Do you know what it expects of us?
This is a silent observer, a watcher, but also a servant. It wants to serve, to be of assistance, and it waits for the right invocation.
Narath pauses. Does he know the invocation?
By that she just means, she's speaking a bit fancy, but she just means
The right words.
like
You get that?
a delivery of words from the appropriate person.
Okay.
Probably.
Blink kind of getting the sense that everyone's talking to their person for the most part.
Narath will say, grant me freedom.
He's just gonna like kind of think aloud almost. He's gonna say, I'm sure the dwarf is a close second, but I feel like I got the strangest of the souls.
Darks will look
Narath
to
says,
you
grant
and
me
say,
freedom.
"What?" He'll look to you as if he was going to respond, but then when Narath says, "Grant me freedom," Darks will say, "A slave, old one?" There seems to be no reaction from the stone totem.
That's awkward. Narath pauses for a moment.
July, putting it together, is going to step forward to the totem and say, show us the elvish masters that are still living.
The totem reacts as Javai approaches and makes his proclamation. But the totem pauses. It feels like the whole room hangs suspended. And then you feel a sudden shift in the air. The room is cold, a little bit damp. The place is not very well lit. You feel below the ground level, where the air has not been breathed in many years. With no light, but still the presence of elvish men wandering, you know that where you have been projected to is somewhere nearby and below ground. But more than that, the totem cannot tell you.
Turning to Darax, Narath says, no, not a slave. But there are certain bindings I find myself within. Nonetheless, none of your concern, young blood. And then looking to so that was just what it showed him, right? So I don't know that it showed what's his name, anything.
Yeah, the totem didn't seem to visually change or do anything, but it did show that to Javai.
Have you received an answer?
Yes, Narath, we are looking for something below ground very close by. It makes sense that we should be going to the lower levels. That is what Slinter has told me.
If this thing answers your commands and is clearly so powerful, perhaps have it restore our wounds?
At the suggestion of this, he will pipe up to the thing and say, I suppose he is within reason to ask, what can you do to heal us?
The totem remains idle, waiting for a more direct command.
Fucking heal the Draconin.
Heal the party.
Heal the silver one here.
There's a sudden burst of electric, like green electricity that jolts into Narath's body, and with magic Narath will know to be necrotic in nature, false life is given to him. That'll be 6 temporary hit points.
The unnatural
Bro,
glow
any
to his
necrotic
scales
you
returns, and Narath feels that same artificial strength within his limbs
That's right.
as he stretches out the spikes on his face and says, "It will do, but I doubt that the rest of you will much enjoy it."
Javai will, seeing this, will say, do that to everyone in this room who accepts your blessing of sorts. I am one of them.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Blink or Javai, you shudder as your body is coated in this swirling necrotic energy. There's a dark sense about the feelings, one that you're not used to in any way, and one that may sap at your focus until you take time to adapt to it. Yet nonetheless, there is that unnatural strength, fortitude that seems to fill your muscles and empower your stance as you gain 5 temporary hit points.
What do you mean by
Who else
like?
shall take this dark bargain? Like Darax would be fucking trying to
Yeah.
kill everyone here.
Darix has
If
already taken a step back out of disgust.
If it has the ability to restore magical power, I may be able to address Narath's wounds.
How about
Look
it
at this
then?
man taking dark deals from fucking Squidman and now touching dark totems.
Can you increase his arcane abilities?
The totem sort of thrums with a bit more power, and you watch as that power zaps towards Silas as well. It then lingers just before Silas's chest, as if awaiting a confirmation that that is what Silas wishes.
I
Silence
will accept it.
Avrath's judgment.
Thinking of the light falling just below towards the horizon that Savra showed me.
That's right. And then Silas will feel that energy course through his veins as he regains spell slot.
Well, it
Narath.
worked. How about that?
All right. Does this thing look depleted at all?
It doesn't seem to radiate as much light as it once did.
So
Ashtorium will reach out and will ask for power and touch the totem.
Okay. Ro, what are you doing during all this?
I'm actually interested in asking Darix about, because he was looking for a thing, and it was supposed to be in this direction, right?
Yes.
But it doesn't seem like we found it, because I'm guessing it's not the totem.
Darix does not seem happy with the totem, so
Yeah, that's what I figured. So I was like, because like at first I was like, oh, maybe it's the totem, but then
Right.
and no, it's not.
We're having a certified Warcraft 3 moment here. Drink the demon blood.
Yeah.
That's going to be 6 points of unnatural life that now coats the Warforged after the bolt of necrotic energy laces the robotic extremis. And you'll hear, Colts, what is that? Go ahead and ask your question of Darix Ro if you so desire.
Darix, you were looking for something. You called it a thing of good surrounded by evil. And you had indicated it would be in this general area. But I have not seen anything that seems to fit the bill.
My divine powers would not lie to me. It must be here somewhere, but I do confess I haven't seen a thing that would justify it. And then he'll look to the totem and say, Demand it tell me where what I seek is. A thing of good. And he'll step towards it with some begrudgingness in his steps. His
Javai will speak up and say, Yes, I do not wish to overuse this power, Totem. Just a couple more questions. Where is my Draconan friend's object of importance to him? This thing of good surrounded by pure evil.
There's a low rumble from the totem, and then no air, no oxygen, struggling to breathe, struggling to see, drowned not by water, but by magic inside a powerful seal. You get the sense, looking around, flailing, it's like you're in a pile of hay in a stable or something, but that doesn't make any sense. Yet you are for certain enclosed upon on all sides by some thick wood that prevents you from leaving. Then
fuck
you're back in the
box.
room.
Must be magically sealed in a box, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he's in. That's the
Javai
stuffing he's feeling.
will come to and say, kind of with like a huff almost, like he couldn't breathe or something. And we'll say, what you are looking for is somewhere trapped. Maybe I felt like I couldn't breathe. Almost like how we found Javoine in that box. Maybe even tighter than that, though.
Darks will huff and say, "What if what I'm looking for is in one of those cursed crates? I swear to the to Astramus, I will burn this place with Narath."
Javai, hoping
Narath
to ask
remains silent.
the totem one or two last questions, he will say, and finally, great, powerful totem, what can you tell me about young Maxon, and maybe Slintar, too, the soul that I have been bunked with?
So wait,
Young
what
Slender.
did you ask about Maxim?
I'm looking for, like, information. Like, what can you show me about Maxon and Slinter? Any information it has, really.
Well, it starts by showing you the room that you were just in, the big chamber that led to this room, and in doing so, it shows you an up close look at the mirror that Silas had instructed Maxon to not look at. With Maxon reaching, with what you recognize as Maxon's gauntlet, slowly reaching to touch the mirror.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Good idea.
Oh,
Things are
someone
about
go
to
save his ass.
All right, so
Well, he's got to tell us first.
Javai is gonna quickly come to and yell, Maxon's in the other room, trying to touch that mirror. Someone go stop him. And then,
God damn it!
while assuming at least one or two of them move, he's gonna turn back to the totem, and he's gonna say, "Why is Maxon here? What is he here for?"
Okay.
Did you tell anyone that he was about to do this?
Yeah,
Yes, he just yelled it.
yelled it out loud.
Yeah, he just
Okay,
yelled
okay.
that he's touching the mirror right now or whatever.
You want to dash?
Narath, stay.
Silas is like, "Fuck the mirror, no!"
The room fucking empties.
I knew I should have shattered it.
All right, and so as the three of you approach the human, right? He
Mhm.
seems
Alright, so
entirely
what
to not even immediately respond to the pounding of your feet on the floor.
Storm's gonna punch him in his head.
Holy shit! All right,
Perfect.
for 3 points of damage. Are you punching Maxon?
Yeah, I'm punching him
Touch the
to
mirror,
stop
you
him.
idiot.
No, don't touch the mirror. What the hell?
All right, you
Are you
thwap Maxim on the head, and as he sort of like staggers forward, he, instead of touching the mirror, his hand like kind of hits the table to try to steady himself, and then he turns to look at you and he says, what the hell did you do that for?"
Do not touch the mirror.
Silas warned you not to touch the mirror.
"The mirror? I'm not even close to it."
You're literally standing in front of it.
He's like confused, and he's like, "Huh?" And then he turns and looks at the mirror again, and then he ceases to talk and seems caught in some kind
I grapple him.
We can just say you succeed in grappling him. He's not really putting up much of a resistance.
Yeah, he's like hypnotized or something. But I'm like, yeah, no, we gotta grab this.
Does anyone look at the mirror?
Oh,
Well, I am literally facing it since,
yeah, that's true.
While he is grappled, I'm going to walk up and take his helmet off.
Okay. As you take his helmet
reveal
off, it
point
reveals that he is a human. He's got brown hair, and he's
he's just magically being controlled, probably.
he's looking a bit staggered after that hit to the head and to the helmet, but he's
I'm gonna
Yeah.
start dragging him over to the bed.
okay.
I'm gonna put him in the
Imagine
bed.
waking up
Leave
in
him there.
bed with a giant knoll man.
Okay.
It's covered in blood and gore.
What
And
happened?
you're just looking at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah. So
Like, how did I get here?
Maxon
You
will be
feel like
like,
a
sort of shaking
degenerate.
his head, and he'll say, "Oh God, sorry, I couldn't hear a thing you said. Did anybody tell that lady to shut up?"
There was a lady speaking to you.
"Yeah, she's over there," and he'll gesture to the mirror.
I think you were talking to someone in the mirror.
"Oh, well, she was quite the looker. I mean, I don't normally go for elves, but, well, I
Was
guess
it?
it got the better of me."
It was likely the matriarch, I'm guessing.
He says, "Didn't you kill her?"
Yeah, that chick is full dead.
Well, she's in the mirror, I'm guessing.
These
Someone needs
people
to
have
look in the
3
mirror.
lives. We have to go into hell.
We actually killed her 3 times, if you remember correctly. So
Yeah, but
I
we
wish
didn't kill her again after she
Brax
came out of
went
the
with
mirror.
them.
Silas will take a couple steps back and then look into the mirror.
Okay, Silas, you see this vision of like an indescribably beautiful elven woman whose face you have never laid eyes on before, and she beckons to you, and we'll say we need I'm gonna say we need a charisma saving throw here.
Charisma.
Yeah,
You have to be charismatic enough to say no to the impossibly beautiful woman.
that's right.
You can't be wise enough.
Nope. Because you're not thinking with your head.
Well, depends on
Yeah,
which head you're
exactly.
talking
It's
about.
Man,
avoiding thinking with your dick. That's wisdom.
I am a man of faith. 16.
Okay, you're able to ward off her siren song, but she's definitely trying to put her hooks in you.
James, do you recognize this woman?
Oh, I've seen many like her. Good that you had the willpower you did, lad. That is undoubtedly a witch of some sort.
Is there any reason we should not destroy this mirror?
None that I can think of. Perhaps it would be a gateway into her domain, but I wouldn't go there willingly.
Then,
What do you mean? We can fucking kill a witch.
Yeah, James doesn't want to do
He probably just wants to
James is a fucking pussy.
that. James doesn't like witches.
Me neither. That's why I want to burn them.
Silas will look towards Ashtorium and say, "Don't gaze into the visage of the woman. It will draw you in. It seems to have some kind of magic that affects the mind."
And you think that would work on a robot?
We'll work
That's-
on a horny dwarf inside the robot.
There you go. Best not to test it, I would say.
I am more worried about you, admittedly.
Oh, if
She
it's
was
an
like,
elf, oh, I hate elves.
Yeah, but it's a magical elf. See.
You're not thinking with your head. You're thinking with your head.
"What do you think, Ro? Should we bother investigating it, or should I just destroy it?"
But you get the
I
draconian. over here.
assume this witch will continue to be a problem for us going forward. So it's best we figure out some way to deal with her.
My main concern is that I also saw the image of that man as a demon earlier. If there are multiple of them in this other world, if it is some kind of portal, we could find ourselves outmatched.
This is true. Maybe it's best we destroy the mirror and simply go forward. Likely we'll come to a confrontation with the witch in the lower levels of the building.
I'll nod and then I'll look back and I wonder if I can do this.
Don't waste the spell slot.
No, I was thinking about trying to cast Mind Sliver on the mirror so I wouldn't have to touch it or get close to it, but I don't know if that would work.
Mind Sliver her. See what happens.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna try to Mind Sliver the mirror.
All right.
It's slivered in the head. I see a renegade.
Does anything happen?
Let's see. You gesture towards the mirror, but there is no reaction. Either whatever you were striking at resisted, or there's nothing to sliver.
Hmm. It didn't seem to work. Maxon, fire a bolt at that mirror.
Somewhat sheepishly, Maxon will shoulder his, or draw his crossbow, and from a slight angle, so as to not look directly at it, will arc a bolt in its direction. The bolt strikes directly into the center of the mirror and sends cracks forming as shards start to drift from the center. It seems to have broken like a normal mirror would, as far as a bolt being fired into it anyway. And he'll let out an exhale and say, "You think that's enough?"
It was the last time we encountered a mirror like this, so I would assume it should no longer hold any control over you.
We can hope, at least.
Yeah, we can.
Let's make sure this totem has not absorbed the others.
Oh, yes.
Absorb.
Totem? And Maxon hurriedly continues to walk with you. You guys did take out that big one, didn't you?
Yes, but there was a totem behind him.
All right. While this is all happening,
Indeed,
Let me
yeah.
get my
So
champ
you
my
guys
step
are
appeal.
so what would you say? Javai had asked the totem why Maxon was here, and the totem will respond by setting you in seemingly like Maxon's point of view again. This time you're watching him walk through the grand halls of the lower floor and gaze up at a party of maybe 12, maybe more elves, all clad in the garb of guards, as they struggle to pull one of the, like an enormous crate, bigger than the one that you had opened to speak with the great beast of many eyes,
Shit.
up a staircase. And as it disappears around the corner, Maxon will turn and see Javai, your visage, and give him a sort of like a salute, like bring his hand to his head kind of thing. And then when Javai summons him forward, he'll step forward, and the speech is indistinct, but the feeling you get from it is that Maxon had been discussing the like the delivery, and whether or not there was any other duties that he would be needed for, and that Javai had requested that he personally go and confirm that the elves get the crate up at the the ramp or whatever, and so up the bridge, and make sure that it remains intact the entire way through. And Maxon was not expecting this order, but complied anyway. And that's sort of where the totem leaves you, looking and seeming quite drained for the time being. Though perhaps you could get one more question out of it.
Or you can give me another spell slot so I can tank again.
All right, so it showed me that there's this massive box,
Yep. Just like Maxon said.
and yeah, we just weren't sure if that massive box happened to be the one we already opened.
which
You're
it
right.
turns out
Maybe
it
it's
was
not.
seemed bigger. So
yeah.
Yeah, which is not good news.
it was headed for the same direction as the previous one, but you didn't encounter it yet. So
Downstairs. Yeah. And then there was
up the
there was
stairs.
something else towards the end.
Just that he was told by Javai to confirm that it had been like properly delivered and didn't get the seals weren't disturbed and stuff like
Let's
that.
see. Okay. So he'll coming to, assuming the party still isn't here. I would
Yeah, you
imagine.
guys have a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's gonna say. He's gonna say. Max and whatever crew he was working for delivered a box, a rather big box, one bigger than, at least seemingly bigger than the one we found, that huge eldritch creature that gave us these powers and these souls. I hate to imagine what could possibly be inside that thing. I will
Surely
get one
something
more
dangerous.
question out of this, and then I suggest we start heading downstairs.
Narath will say, ask it how to destroy it.
We'll see what. We'll see if there's any other more pertinent questions. And he's going to like silently think, and maybe this is an insight check or whatever, if the thing could give him any clarity on Slinter or the other souls.
Yeah, you can
Didn't you
roll.
already ask me about that?
He was about to, but he did.
That was
not.
going to be my second question after the Max and stuff.
Why is that more important than, fucking evil?
Oh, I can just stab evil.
It
I can't stab. The
has
soul
worked
in my
so
brain.
far.
Yeah.
Like
Should
That's
probably
true.
take like one damage or something.
So you can roll, like, if you just want to roll a straight intelligence check, that will work.
Like a 1d20 or.
Well, it would be 1d20 plus 1 because you have a plus 1 modifier to in. Well, you're proficient in investigation. Wait, no, that's something else.
I am proficient in investigation.
Let's do insight because you have the same roll anyway. So you feel like there's a chance that it could tell you about any living creature or location or whatever within this place, but you don't have any reason to currently believe that the totem could conceivably like speak to a what would you say, like something within you, because that's on more of an internal thing. So it's an entirely like blind guess as to whether or not it'll be able to give you any clarity.
Yeah. All right. Then he's gonna say, "Show me what's in the box Maxon delivered, and show me how to kill it, please."
The totem shudders, and you suddenly find yourself in a dark room devoid of light. There's a piece of parchment on an enormous box that seems to be similarly related. It's similarly to the other one, some kind of manifest. The walls behind you are false. There doesn't seem to be anything else in the room, and it's likely nobody who lives now even knows where the room is. As for your second question of how to kill it, the totem has no helpful response, either because it's drained or because, as you might fear, the totem does not know.
All right. So it showed me like a room with just the box,
and one of the walls was fake.
and one of the walls was fake.
Yeah.
And when I saw through Maxon, it went upstairs to the same floor we're on, or
Yes, it was heading in the
So there's a fake wall
direction
somewhere.
of the, like, you can surmise that it might have been heading in the same direction as the hidden room, like the secret room, but it was indeed heading up the stairs.
and we're on the top floor, right?
Yep. Yeah, and it was
Alright.
in that big atrium in the like in the bottom. Yeah.
What we need to do is think about like where in the floor plan of this floor is there
Is there,
space
yeah,
for
where's
There's
there a
still
lot of
some
space?
rooms we haven't explored.
That
That's
too,
true
but
too.
we know it's a false.
But we know
room.
it's in a secret, a secret room.
But that doesn't necessarily mean too much. All right. Okay, so coming to Javai will say this box, this monstrosity is hidden in another false room, not unlike the being that gave us these souls and these powers. I know not where it is, other than the fact that it is on this floor, and is probably not in an area unlike the one we found. There is a false door somewhere, false wall. We must find it. I am going out on a limb. I have no reason to believe, other than the assumptions we've already made, that Javoin will probably be a fine enough key for us.
If needs be, we will simply drag him along every wall until it opens.
Darks will be somewhat like will be looking to where he had dropped Javoin when the battle had broken out, and he'll sort of like sneer in the elf's direction. That's all the way over.
Arath wants to look through these drawers now.
Okay, you can roll an investigation check for me.
Someone assist me, please.
And for me,
Darks will begin to assist you. Oh no, if Silas is going to do it, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll help him out.
Because
17.
because we can't leave any stone unturned, I'm gonna start investigating these walls out here.
Well, one of them has a window on it, and it seems to overlook the main gate into the manor.
Wait, there's a window?
Yeah, it's the thing if you move to the bottom and to the right.
Oh, never mind. I guess I won't investigate because that's even I'm not that stupid.
The problem
Astorian will
is
investigate this wall.
Ro won't be able to tell where it is because I'm assuming it has magical wards on it or whatever that are preventing him from feeling the spirits. So not going to be very helpful.
Well,
outside of hitting random walls.
There doesn't seem to be any spiritual presence in this room, though, so that's what you know.
Okay. Well.
Narath and Silas, you rifled through the drawers and
Hey,
such.
sorry, my speakers are going to hell. I can't hear a word you're saying. 1 second.
Annihilated. Okay, Ashtorium.
There we go. Now I'm back.
Ashtorium, you investigate that wall and you surmise that it likely is the outer wall of this room, which on the other side is the staircase that goes downstairs. So this is one of those rooms that doesn't have much to it. Meanwhile, Narath and Silas, you rifle through the drawers, finding more tools that aren't immediately applicable to any use case that you could find, as well as more glasses or bottles, rather, of water. Then, one of the drawers that Narath opens has a liquid that seems to be just as green as the energy from the totem, a strange necrotic force, perhaps.
Arath will attempt to identify this necrotic force.
I was really confused because I had no idea where Ro went, but never mind, I found him. Well, give me an Arcana check, sir.
Advantage because zombie.
Advantage because Silas is helping you.
All right, let me do a separate roll.
But then you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
G check, Narath.
All right, Silas. That is a potion of false life. Imbibing it will give you the same effects as if you had false life casted upon you.
Something tells me that this would benefit you more than me. It's similar to the energy that is on you right now.
At this, Narath will frown deeply and say, we'll just frown deeply. And we'll say, How unfortunate. And then he'll pocket the potion.
Alrighty.
Also, how injured does Narath look?
I'm at 10 health, so I'm bloodied. Oh, no, I'm not bloodied. I'm slightly above it.
All right. And I almost forgot. And then I will reach a hand out. And as I go to like make contact with your skin, you'll just see a blue light flash over my eyes, and your wounds will begin to close.
Hell yeah. How much I heal for?
Nine points.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. That brings me the full. Rejuvenated, Narath stands tall, shaking off the crack, his bones creaking for a moment before knocking back into the correct places, like a crushed rib, just sort of fusing together. And he says, Thank you, Silas. Thank you, Silas.
It would have been really funny if Pro was just
You
like,
are-
yeah, but you're undead.
Take 1d8
You take damage.
But
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just like, this will make you feel better, and then I cast Inflict Wounds.
fucking one shot. So that was all. It was just the potion.
Yeah, that's all you were able to find. That was of use. Everything else was like tools or water or whatever.
Any labels on the tools?
No, they look like they might be alchemists' tools or something.
All right.
Something tells me
Alchemist.
it would be unwise to leave this totem to be found and interacted with by the guards or anyone else, but I'm not sure if it's safe to destroy it either.
Narath will look at it. Um, can I try and like sense how quickly it's recovering its magical potency?
Sure. You can just look at it passively and determine that it will regenerate that power, though it will be slow without direct assistance, which would require a deposit of some kind of arcane energy.
Hmm. I get the feeling that I could sacrifice corpses to this for that arcane energy to recover.
You get the feeling that you could pour that false life potion on it, bro.
Corpse sacrifice would only work if there was a ritual there to extract vitality from the fallen, which
I do
would
not
be
know.
involved enough that you would need to study it up from that book, probably.
Can Blake pull out his torch just so I can see things while I go look for walls?
Sure. You still have a torch, right?
I already did
Yeah, I
look
think
around.
I think I should have had two. So I know I threw one.
That's why Pro lost track of me. He was like,
Holy
"Where'd
shit!
Pro
I
go?" Turning
actually,
around
dude,
to
my
fall.
vision is so bad in the dark. I didn't even know you were there. I thought you were out of the room. Like I actually walked by you.
You know,
and
it's
couldn't
funny
see you.
because I saw the whole room because I have dark vision.
Yeah, I legit like couldn't see you as I walked.
Like you're
by.
sitting there and like Rose talking to you, and you're like, "Bro, I don't even know where you are."
Yeah.
He's like,
Bro,
"Oh,
my
I
bro.
forgot. You can't see in the dark."
Yeah.
That's right. Well, Darix is going to mutter to Maxon and Silas and say, if the large crate full of more sin undoubtedly has a path to what I need, then so be it. But we must be able to find it somewhere. And at this, Maxon will look to you, Silas, and say, what is it that he needs?
Perhaps he needs retribution for the evil that has been spawned here. And his point is true. once we clear out the lower levels, whatever magic is controlling this totem may also be extinguished.
I have a feeling that this is the fucking door right here. Fucking shove the elf into this hole.
Well, don't worry, guys. We're being grade A detectives. So, Astorium assisted me, and I rolled a 16 to investigate this wall right here.
How the hell even are you guys?
They're
Exactly.
outside.
Can I check the walls in this room?
Yeah, what do you want to check them for?
See if there's anything unusual about them that might suggest like a false wall or like a doorway or like secret doorway or anything like that.
Yeah, if you want to roll investigation, you can go ahead and do that.
Why
Okay.
is there a carpet here?
Javai and Ashtorium, you guys are out there looking at the main hallway into this place, and you get the sense that there is a little bit of an air gap between this wall and whatever's beyond it. So perhaps there is some kind of cubby space.
But it not necessarily accessed through this wall.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, what I mean to say is there's probably it's possible or plausible that there'd be a gap in the architecture, but is there anything in it? It's not immediately like is it something that's actually passable, you know?
I see.
Mhm.
Is there a noticeably easier entry point?
Maybe from next to that table.
Hell yeah. I'm crowbarring next to this table.
Crowbar.
Was this an advantage athletics we had it?
Sure.
Holy nat 20.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Okay,
Well,
that wasn't actually a fake wall, but you broke it down anyway.
you
Yeah,
just
that's the
you
worst
just
part.
broke you over the time that it takes it and it does take some time. You're able to to break through and smash through this wall using your crowbar. That's going to take some time despite your natural 20. So let me go ahead and reset over here. Ro,
Yeah,
you
you guys
did you
got it.
roll something? Oh yeah, you.
Yeah, I rolled a 15. For
So
investigation.
you're pretty sure that this wall also is similarly as Ashtorium had deduced earlier is with a connected wall is linked to the exterior that like you could see when you were at the staircase at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
It is of course connected on the left, like the left part of it behind those dressers to what should be a room, but you have or space for a room potentially, but you haven't actually been able to to find it yet.
Right. Okay. Can I move the dressers then?
Yeah, you can say that that's what you end up doing for during the time it takes Javai to smash open with a crowbar.
Okay.
You need some help, Ro.
Yeah, help me move these dressers out of the way. I think there may be a room behind these.
Darix will also
Right.
leap to assist you as this occurs, hoping to find something of value.
Hell yeah.
Narath as well.
Quadruple advantage, quintuple
Holy
advantage.
shit.
All right, let's
I don't
see.
think we need to roll at this point.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a certain matter of time as you open up that area. All right. So over on Javai's side, as you start to cave through the wall, it's not quite passable, but as the dust settles, you are able to
Fine.
see into the interior of the place, and lies a skeleton of some humanoid that seems to have been long desiccated here. The smell immediately assaults your nose.
So it's not passable.
Yeah, you can't like step in there, but you can see. You
Good
found
person.
like the inside of like it was some crawl space maybe a long time ago or something. It doesn't seem like it's too significant, but it's it had
How much
a
longer
body
to,
in the walls.
How much longer to make it passable?
Probably the same amount of time.
Can I roll an insight check?
What are you trying to insight?
to see if you added this body just now.
Insight check the DM.
what kind?
That's what we call a schizophrenia check.
Illegally active
even though this body must have been here for countless years, you get the sense that it must be recent somehow.
Absolutely got him.
It's so much better than I rolled a 22 on the insight.
Yeah.
What are you
Fuck.
insight checking? You.
Fuck, that wasn't the wall.
No. But you found the corpse of some
I
servant.
found a meme. Alright.
Oh, that's what they put in the wall sometimes, you know? It's like, oh, they died building it? Whatever.
Yeah. Do I remember what room they were moving in? Where Maxon had delivered that box in? I feel
No,
like you said it, but I forget.
They were moving in the
they-
direction of the Great Hall to the north,
Yeah.
but you didn't see the end. And you
Basically, it
haven't...
was up the stairs and like to the left or whatever.
Yeah,
But then you don't know anything after that.
that's right.
So it is in this direction, in
Yeah.
theory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be in any
this
of
part
the
of the
rooms in this
manor.
area.
Let's see.
All right.
All right. Well, remarking to Astorium how lame that discovery was, he's gonna start moving to this door. He doesn't mean that out of character though. That was really funny. And they're gonna try to open this door.
Okay, they will find that it's locked. Meanwhile, you guys are moving the dressers, and in doing so, as you open up the way to be able to step closer to it, the walls seem pretty similar to the rest of it, though perhaps like there's like this faint sense that you're getting not from the walls but from something beyond it, and it is spiritual in nature, Ro.
Oh. Okay. Do I feel like there's any part of the wall that's weaker that I might be able to strike?
There's no part of it that seems that way to you, but getting close enough to it has given you a newfound sense that something on the other side is significant. The way to access that is the question now.
Guys, I feel something on the other side reaching out to me. The nature of it I cannot exactly say, but it is spiritual of some kind. I am not sure, however, how to cross through the wall. It seems to be solid.
Darks will swing his morning star at the wall.
Nice. He somehow misses it?
No,
The wall is a mimic?
the wall, a piece of it sort of shatters and chips as his morning star, smashes into it, but it is indeed solid, and Darks will curse under his breath.
Does anyone else have any ideas?
I suppose I could try this. And Silas will step forward, and you'll see a similar booming energy sheath the tip of the spear as he attacks the wall.
Chill touch. We'll freeze the wall.
Yeah, is he using like the chill touch hand to like pull rocks off of it or something?
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
You're now on the
Epic.
wall.
You don't have to roll to
Wait,
attack
you
the
don't have
wall.
to
The
roll.
wall
You
seems
have to
to
roll
shut
to
around
hit.
you.
It is a
That's very
wall.
funny.
Like makes even less sense than a box. Like, how do you miss a wall?
Even if
Really
you miss,
funny.
you hit. Yeah, it's like I missed the part of
Yeah,
the wall I wanted to hit, but I hit another part of the wall. And
Yeah,
that
well-
one is hitting the floor.
Yeah, fall
But-
through into the lower levels, and we
So you
have
would
to
just
save
use your spear for the damage.
yeah,
Yeah.
Wait, but the wall can't move.
Indeed.
Why did you?
I wasn't gonna stop.
Yo, max damage.
Now when it moves, as soon as this wall moves, it'll
technically- Technically, if I hit the wall and a piece of it like falls off, that wall moved.
No, it's willingly moved. That's the willingly. What is? Why?
Does it have to willingly move?
Yeah, if
Oh,
the
if it
target
willingly
willingly moves.
And it has to be 5 feet or more.
So
It didn't do
I can try this.
And I really like the
Spell
idea that
versus
Silas
wall.
then looks at his party members after with a smug smile, and he's like, "Just wait."
As soon as this wall moves, it's gonna be done
It's like-
for.
He casts this really complex magic onto his spear. He's like, now just wait till that fucker moves.
There's just a deadpan silence as we're all watching this like booming energy just sit in one spot on like a wall tile.
Yeah, for 6 seconds.
And it just dissipates.
Yeah,
Like this shitty shimmer. Like it's just kind
Bro.
of little shiny.
Ro's brow furrows, and he just looks at it very confused. Like I don't
Darix
think
is
that's
going
how
to
that
look.
works.
Darix is going to look at Maxon and say, "I see you're the only one who didn't realize I was just testing the wall. These fellas decided to test it some more."
Yeah, I think he was testing if it was like the other wall, right?
Yeah.
Where it would ripple when you hit it. Yeah. That's what I figured.
It ripples in one spot.
That's why I
where
didn't whip
100
out the great axe to hit it.
If he had hit it with that spell and it rippled, maybe it would have counted as moving.
Yeah, there you go. Not 5
Yeah.
feet though.
It has to ripple at least 5 feet, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a 5-foot wall,
Yeah.
Yeah, you
then it
know.
ripples across the wall.
Yeah, there you go. Moving, see?
Well, now we know. Are we going to waste any more time here?
Maxon will pat you on the shoulder and he'll say, "Good idea. We can link up with the rest of them. Maybe they found something." And he'll start walking.
Oh. Maxon, here, take your helmet back.
Oh, thanks. And he'll quickly put it on after looking left and right to see if anybody saw that he didn't have a helmet on.
I guess he is a guard. What are these guys up to?
That's right. So you guys will emerge and be looking towards Javai and Ashtorium. Javai, what are you doing? Are you lock picking or are you lock punching?
Well, as they show up, he'll tell them about how he'll say, I busted open a wall that seemed like it could be a prime candidate. Sadly, there was just a dead servant. Oh, not sadly because of the dead servant, more so sadly because there was no box. Anyway, I'm picking this lock now.
We found another wall, but no one was able to break it open. How did you manage that?
My trusty crowbar, of course.
Ah, give me the crowbar. I think I can use it.
If the need arises. But right now it is my trusty crowbar.
Oh, I see. No
But as
sharing
soon as-
in this party, huh?
But don't worry, Ro. The next wall we find, it'll be yours.
Yes. He likes
Alright,
breaking things, okay?
Hell yeah. You should.
He likes breaking doors, and now he's going to graduate to breaking walls.
How do I 9?
No structure shall be safe from Ro.
There you go. Some titles on the bookshelf, Nora.
Dude, that first one definitely has shoulder in it.
No, dude, that would be Avian Anatomy 3.
Yeah, it's got to be
Yeah.
the third one.
Yeah, that's pictures of shoulders, Mom.
Oh, that's more than Shoulder's ever seen. So.
Yeah, they caught the servant reading that. That's why he's in the wall.
Dude,
Narath thinks to take that book, and he puts it in his bag, thinking, "There's a Mr. Talani that I need to mail this to."
Does a 9 pass this check?
No. Your thieves' tools do not seem to be able to pry this one open. Foiled by a more conventional lock. Can you believe it?
He'll take a step to the east, and he will allow He'll gesture to Ro to step forward in his place, and he will hand him the crowbar. It is not a wall,
Narath
but a
raises
door.
the hinges again.
Ah.
Okay, how do crowbars work?
You just roll an athletics check with advantage.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right.
Well, I have +5.
There you go.
Well, there you go. That door has been crowbarred open. And as it swings open, you see a balcony with plenty of windows to look out of, promising glimmering sights of the thriving outdoors. Although the sun
I
is
see people?
lower than what you had once thought.
I'll
break
hand the
the
crowbar
window.
back to Javai, I guess, because he's still
He's still
the
Javai,
appearance of Javai, and tell him, this crowbar is very useful. I like it, although
Oh shit!
I
There's a
kind
fucking
of
person out there.
preferred when my great axe would shatter the wood instead of just break it open.
Is there anything on this table?
We shall share when the
Just
need arises.
an artificial light. Yeah, on the outside you'll see there's a number of like there's some guards
Oh, it's
milling
dark out
about
there.
on the exterior, the human ones that hadn't been allowed inside, and people seem to be. Oops, I'm moving Ashtorian by
I'll
accident.
just
People,
wave to him.
people, they aren't noticing you. They're looking outside.
All right, so Narath will say, I see an entrance into the ground from here.
I kind of put this together
see a
as a
guard over
player, and I feel like it's reasonable to think that Blink may put this together as well without any super hard checks. So I'm kind of just running with it, and you can tell me if I'm crazy or not. But he's kind of thinking back to that drawer, like that dresser he saw when he first entered the hallway with Astorium when he was Nick. And he's kind of realizing that the wall here extends farther than it does in there.
Wait, hold on. Which? Oh, wait. What are you talking about?
So, like the wall out here,
Yeah.
where I am currently, is farther than the drawer is in the other room, because the drawer in the other room is against the wall.
Yeah.
So this wall is going farther than it does in that room. So therefore, he would like to investigate this wall.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you can investigate the wall.
What do you do with the cart?
What did he do with what?
There's a guard here. And then we just walked in on.
Yeah, you two can talk to that guard if you want. Hold on 1 second though, because I just realized something. It wasn't related to the guard. Let's see. I seem to have. I mean, it doesn't really matter right now, but I seem to have like an older version of the level 1 map, like the first floor map up. So I'll have to change that in a bit. But okay, so Javai is looking at the wall. Narath was looking at that table, but didn't find anything other than a lamp. Darix is like gazing out the window longingly towards the sun, and Maxon seems to be
Understandable.
doing the same. Oh wait, I was.
Oh, dude, is Astorium assisting me?
Always.
Damn
You two
straight.
are bros.
Dude, Astorium's assistance is equal to a +3.
That's 3. Okay,
+3.
Silas and Ro, you two walk along the lower edge, the outer edge of the sort of balcony where the wall curves to form a little bit of a line of sight block. And as you round the bend, there's an elven. Well, at least the guard seems to be wearing elven colors and regalia. It's a slimmer, the more slender man than Maxon was. and he seems to be sort of standing at vigil in this exact spot. And as you approach, his head perks up, and he says, "Who goes there?"
Silas is going to look back from the way we came, and then he's going to look at the wall, and he's going to look at the guard, and he's just going to say, "What exactly are you guarding?"
That is a good question.
"Why, this is," and he'll like knock against the back wall, and he'll say, "This is one of the most important places to guard. Who wants to know?"
We are.
Javai's in your party. Javai's in your party.
Oh
Javai's in
yes,
your party.
we have. We came here with Javai. He's down the hall. Actually, would you like to speak to him, or he's very busy and doing important things right now? However, I don't think he would enjoy being questioned.
What the fuck?
That might have to be some kind of check. That sounded sus as fuck.
Well, it is Ro. He's not like he doesn't do important. He doesn't. I don't know. Ro is not very smart.
Why don't you? Can you give me a persuasion check with disadvantage, please?
That's with disadvantage.
Oh, okay, that's pretty
You
impressive.
rolled 2 16s.
This guard is like, he like looks you up and down, and he's like, I see. I think I see what's going on here. Yes, Javai can be quite the fear-inspiring individual. He is a very inspiring individual. Fear is just one of the things he inspires. And me, he inspires me. And that's why I guard his bedchamber. If anyone were to linger through this wall, through magic or otherwise, I would catch them in the act.
I see.
Do I
Very
believe him?
You can roll inside if you want.
Yeah, roll it.
Holy
35.
shit! Well, this guard seems very convinced of of his duty, and that's what he's standing here. He gestured to that wall, and like you get the sense that like maybe he's already caught somebody doing that.
Dude, Arcana check that wall right now.
What is?
But no, don't Arcana. Do you believe the wall?
Inside check the wall. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well,
So-
I know that wall is real because obviously we were on the other side of it. That's the room we were just in.
Weirder shit has happened. In this
There's a magic pocket dimension in the wall.
I think it's only fair that we share with you that this place has been compromised by monstrosities and abominations. We have killed many of them already.
That
We
is
are
why we're
going-
here.
We are going to investigate every last place, so you will have to forgive me for this. And I will walk up to the wall and check it.
Forgive me.
Do you blooming blade it again?
I will
He'll
not
be eyeing you
avoid it.
very suspiciously, and he'll say, "No funny business now." And
I just kind of
at-
try to push the tip of the spear.
Okay. It responds like a wall normally would. And he'll be like, you can tell that like the man's breath is caught in his throat as he's watching you very carefully with his eyes sort of like almost bulging out of their sockets. Like he's very much not happy with his charge
Sir
being
guard, do
disrespected.
we look funny?
Dude, what a
All right,
fucking-
I check the other wall.
The other wall also appears solid, and he'll say, "That wall leads to the lower overlook."
So you're telling me you've seen someone go through these walls before?
It happens on the daily. That's why I'm here, to stop it.
Wait. People try to break into Javai's bedroom on the daily.
Yes, fiends and harlots. Many harlots.
Oh. Women climb up here?
Hmm.
He'll
Perhaps how they,
go ahead.
that's how they keep getting trapped in his mirror.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
You have looked in Javai's mirror?
Yes.
We were in Javai's room.
You, did you go through the wall while I was not looking?
No, we went through the door.
Did someone tell him about the servant in the wall? He's gonna crash out.
One of the women climbed in the wall. and
Yeah.
died.
The servant in the cross.
they put her in there for, you know.
that's the legend. That's the original.
Many
Christian.
harlots.
Many harlots. The guard will look absolutely like overcome with emotion, and he says, "It was supposed to be I who was allowed to guard the inside of Javai's bedchambers. I have been passed over for a man and his mutt."
Well, let's just say things have been interesting today. I don't think you would have wanted to deal with what we have had to deal with today. And Roche just starts walking away.
I'm really surprised neither of you are like, and Javai's dead.
No, he's alive. He's right here.
True. Dude,
If Javai is going to be your charge for this day, then do take good care of the Lord.
Dude, offer him to. You can't do that out of character, but you should offer him to join us. I guess I will. I'll do it later.
Silas will look to the guard, and he will say, "Well, it seems we bothered you enough. But I really must recommend looking into those mirrors."
No.
The man will be steaming, like just seething as you walk away. Fucking troll that guy.
That's what he gets for fucking off in a corner, dude.
Yeah, like,
What do you mean? That's his job.
Women, harlots trying to go into his room through the
Many
wall.
harlots.
Damn.
Many harlots.
How am I supposed to believe anything?
Speaking of walls, what do I know about this wall?
Well, you and Ashtorium have been looking through the wall, looking at this wall, and just by like little touches here and there, you feel like there's like air that seems to be seeping through it, as if this wall does indeed lead to something hollow as opposed to something solid. But you're not immediately sure how you would break through it, for this as a sort of semi-exterior wall is reinforced compared to the ones on the inside.
We'll have to locate the local harlots. They'll know the way.
That's right. They
Assuming
know
these,
how to get through walls.
Yeah, assuming these bunch of clowns have gotten back here. Javai, who's definitely Javai, is going to say, "There's hollow space behind this wall, but this is far more reinforced out here than it is inside. Quick, let's move inside and we'll get that dresser out of the way to start busting it down in there."
Makes sense. Although I would like to point out one thing. Out this window, there appears to be a cellar door. If we are supposed to, or if there's, I believe you mentioned something important being underground, so that may be where we need to go to reach it.
Good thinking, Ro. We'll keep that in mind.
Yes.
This game is so fucking absurd. We went from killing demons to checking every wall.
I have noticed that.
Today, in this session in particular, is
I think I know why. Like all illusion magic is like, hey, you just make a check.
That's all we've been doing anyway.
Making a party think. Oh no.
Well, you guys did do some floor planning and wall analysis. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I analyzed the fuck out of this wall.
Fucking wall analysis.
That's what that guy's doing.
Yeah.
His job description is wall analyzer.
Yeah.
I think we
Chief wall analyst.
You all have advantage on the fucking wall.
He's
Destroy
very
it.
interested in the walls of Chuvai's
No one told me about him. I could have recruited him.
my next character is going to be proficient in Mason's tools.
Why did no one tell me about him? I could have recruited him for a party.
I like how the walls are like so thick that they can't hear the sounds of like fucking all-out warfare.
Yeah, that was happening on the other side of
Dude,
the
I could have been like, "Hey, man, I don't remember your name, but you should join us in our hunt for walls."
Well, he's Javai. He wouldn't remember his name.
Yeah, that's true.
That adds to the point.
Yeah.
I like how we've just been using their own soldiers against them this whole time.
All right. I'm assuming we've moved this as a party.
Yes. You move the dresser. Hmm.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
My
let
crowbar.
me roll.
wrong with
Uh,
you?
All right. I'm gonna shit with the crowbar, and then I'm gonna hand it to Astorian.
Wait, what?
Not row. After
No,
that
Yeah.
roll.
Ro
I
just
have
did
advantage. We're
24.
passing around
I don't
the
even need the crowbar, apparently.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah. So Astorian gets my crowbar.
All right, Ashtorian, what do you roll? Try again with advantage.
You do
From,
get the
from a
advantage.
nat 1 2. All right, that's not bad.
Okay. So the
On
highest
this
is.
episode, the entire party fails to move a drawer.
Oh no, you guys
No,
moved the
just to break
dresser.
wall.
You guys are trying to break the wall down. It doesn't seem
Oh.
to respond to your efforts. It is still a wall. Maxon opens the dresser out of curiosity and then immediately closes it.
What, it's full of women's panties?
I would like to open the dresser because I don't trust Maxon still,
He's
despite
like,
seeing his memories.
you open the dresser and you see that it is entirely empty. Wait, where exactly did you put this dresser? Would you have dragged it to the south, to the north, out? What?
Well, I guess to the south.
Out.
Why would we do that?
So it's not in the way of any other entrances.
Well, then I would just put it in the middle of the room at that point. Why would you drag it out? That's so much extra effort to drag it outside because we haven't opened this door. We'd have to go all the way around.
Don't break open that door.
Well, no, by out I just mean did you drag it out from the wall, or did you? Okay, so it's not it's not facing the wall at all or whatever anymore. So,
No.
yeah, all right. The dresser appears entirely empty, conspicuously empty.
What the fuck does that mean?
Like it shouldn't be
This
empty.
wall is. Yeah, this wall
It
should be.
means we
it's
have to
fake.
put it back on the wall and then open it.
All right, we're gonna put it back on the wall.
Are you?
Yeah, can you roll high enough? To do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. The party will assist Javai as he attempts to push the what would you call it? The dresser back, and let's see here. And then you said you were going to open it after that?
Yeah.
Watch it still be empty.
I'm kind of expecting it to be, but Astorium seemed pretty confident. So.
Well,
Where did Silas go?
he went to investigate more walls.
Yes. No, is this window open?
Well, you can see through them, but it's not like open.
So there's no. It's like full glass, like built into the frame of the wall, like it can't be opened at all.
Yeah, I would say, like, you'd have to break it to open it, is what it seems like.
Am I
I
able to?
assume the guards would not respond positively to that.
Yeah, I might not like that. I'm just gonna try to peer at an angle to see if it's actually possible to tell if the building continues after the far wall at the end of the room.
Oh, okay.
Well, I did just see something.
Yeah, so I would say it like, as you peer at an angle, you can see that that's like the edge of the footprint of the structure, just off to the side. So
Okay, so do I get the impression that there may not actually be anything on the other side of the wall?
It could be that it's to nothing. Like it could just be like another balcony or something that doesn't have a wraparound for whatever reason.
Okay, interesting. Silas is satisfied with this. He returns.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a small room probably.
Yeah, really all we know is that there's just a lot of
So,
empty space.
I don't think there's any like the box is probably not in there, but there's probably something else in there.
More dead commoners.
Many harlots.
That's right. That's where they stash all the hearts.
So what happens when we move this
The
thing back
wall.
and open it? Does anything happen?
Yeah. As you open it, you see that it is indeed still empty, but you also seem to shine your light inside it and reveal, instead of like a wood on the inside, it's like a marble tile. And it reminds you of the same floor that the chamber that you met the other giant crate monster in.
So Ro is gonna rip the drawers out of the dresser.
Well, it's like it's almost like a closet. There's not really drawers in it. It's like things should be
okay.
hanging in it. So it's just like the floor of it, instead of being made of wood or whatever, seems to be made of the same marble, and it seems to go deeper than it did before.
So then we
Oh,
gotta
the
go
marble that
inside.
would only open with Javoim?
It's like the same. You remember like the floor of the room that you were in? There was like a black
Oh, okay.
marble.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's the same kind of room as we found in the first box.
yeah, all right, Javai's going to step into the closet.
A sentence you never thought you would hear.
I mean, elves are gay, so.
He's
Holy
going
fuck,
into the
don't come in here,
closet.
don't come in here, don't come in here, don't come in here,
Oh.
don't come in here.
What do you mean,
No,
don't come in
no,
here?
no, no.
I
I didn't
backed
say I
out
was
immediately.
leaving. I said,
Oh,
don't come
okay.
in here.
What do you mean don't come in here? Now Ro wants to come in more.
You don't.
This is the perfect spot to end, and I just wanted to decide
Oh.
if anybody else is going to see what you
No.
see.
Don't. I can't believe we're
I
ending
want
that.
to see.
I can't
I
believe
want to
we're
see.
ending
I'm
that
at
way.
full
one, by
health.
the way.
Let's just fucking go, babe.
We should roll
Tell me.
initiative for it.
Oh, okay.
Tell me.
How are we ending at one?
No, just
No, we should.
fucking let the tank
we can't end
go.
at one. We gotta get another hour in, you know?
Let the
No.
tank go.
It's
I
a
want
good
to see.
ending spot.
It
I
is a
want
good-
Derek's to be here for this.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
no, you're right.
You know what?
Oh my
Here you go,
God.
Lucy.
Oh,
And no one else gets to see.
Oh shit.
You can't just do
screenshotted.
that. You gotta fucking open the stream. Oh.
Oh, yeah, nice. It's
Oh.
another fucking
I don't
crate.
think this one's gonna want to give us power, boys.
No. Is this the so this is the giant crate?
That
I'm
would.
guessing.
I think that would qualify. What do you guys think?
Question mark.
So
Yeah.
Wow.
we found it. We found what we were looking for.
Like, just,
Why are
wow.
there just crates the size of Kingdom Come? How are they getting them into these small holes?
Yeah, how did they get them through the
They're
closet?
building them in the room, dude.
Many,
Yeah, that's right.
many harlots, Shambler. Many harlots.
Oh my god. Oh, he's making them out of the horrors of the city. Oh my god.
As Maxton watches all of you guys walk in, he will look to you all as he steps in behind you and say, "What's everybody looking so stone-faced for? That's just the delivery."
You don't understand. You were delivering monsters.
Eh?
Yes, Macron, this is the biggest box we've ever seen. And the
Oh.
ones that were smaller were not quite so easy to take care of either.
Where did you say these came from?
The harbor. Deliveries.
What
Yeah,
ship?
we already knew that part.
I couldn't tell you the name of the galleon, but it should be on the manifest over there. And he'll gesture at the piece of paper.
Who wants to attempt to get the manifest?
Is he
Narath will get the
about-
manifest.
No, fuck that.
If
I'll get
it
the
will
manifest.
actually let me through.
You guys
No.
can fight over who gets the manifest in the
No,
next session.
I'll get it.
I can literally read it. I can just read
No,
it. Just
you're slow.
read it.
Read it.
Read it? All right.
Read it.
Any final
Yeah.
thoughts or words or things to say before we close
That's
this?
Yeah,
nice.
read the
I-
manifest.
I'm concerned Ro may actually die next session.
Does it seem like he's telling the truth that he doesn't remember?
guys, this is just the next
He doesn't. It doesn't seem like he knows like at all. Is what he was saying. Like he didn't know the name of the delivery. He escorted it
Yeah,
into
he was
the
just-
elven place as opposed to
Yeah, he was just a guy they hired to help push the box in.
Okay.
and escort it to the elven manor as well. Yeah, like that's why.
Yeah,
He's not normally in these parts. He's like normally from a different district.
Yeah, he's
or
just a
whatever.
regular human soldier, and they were like, "Oh, we need more muscle to move this fucking giant box."
Yeah, and he was
Big
supposed to
box of harlot.
a box of harlots. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, pretty much wraps us up here. Pretty funny session, I think. I don't know. What do you?
I agree.
Pretty silly.
It was kind of silly, but you guys also had to deal with some serious eldritch horror along the way, so that was
That
interesting.
is
Yeah.
true.
And at the end.
And at the end,
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, this I think Ro will die next.
That is like a 30-foot box.
yeah,
Yeah.
Dude,
that means it's a huge creature instead of a large creature. Wink.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna be
Probably
Jason
like an
and
undead
Hydra.
dragon or some shit in there.
no, it's gonna be like a human centipede or something.
Oh no.
Yeah, place your
Please don't.
bets. Please,
Harlot centipede.
harlot centipede.
Harlots.
You know what? Actually, I know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be a wall.
Our greatest enemy. Walls.
You guys do seem to hate walls. You guys found this thing in a funny way. I wasn't expecting. I also thought it was really funny that like I built that fake like false wall crawl space that the commoner's body was in, like into the map, obviously, because you guys can see that there's like a texture there. And I didn't expect anybody to see that, but I was like, it would be funny if they thought some secret was in there because there's like obviously this area and the original area where you got your powers and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, they're going to see all kinds of secrets in these walls. It'd be funny if they open that one up thinking it's a secret and then you just see that.
Some dead lady.
Yeah. So that was pretty amusing. I didn't think anybody would find that.
Yeah, it would have been really funny if like I said, if you literally added that as soon as you realized I was breaking the wall. Like I knew the space was there, but it would have
Yeah.
been funny if you added the body.
Oh yeah, the body wasn't there. That was
Yeah,
I did that on the spot.
that's the best part.
Can
You know,
I
I wa-
insight check?
Insight check the DM.
Yeah, that's
That was great.
Dude, I wanted to. The reason why I asked how long it would take to make it passable is because I wanted to go inside and see if I could loot the body.
oh yeah. It's just skeleton. There's not even any cloth. or anything.
That's why. Yeah, that's why.
I guess there would
You gather harlot's clothes.
be. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that maybe it would go faster if I shapeshifted into a dwarf.
Ah, there you go. You get automatically get a advantage then. Whenever attacking a stone.
Oh, I meant squeezing through, but yeah, that's
That's pretty good.
Arax is gonna have one fuck of a catch up to go through.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he was here. He probably fell asleep or whatever, which is fair
Yeah.
given the situation.
he
was
joined the
sick.
call at one point.
Or is sick.
Did he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he joined
no,
the call. And he was
like,
muted,
a
and then he
second.
left.
Yeah.
Like legit, like 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, I don't think he was there for very long.
No.
I didn't see him.
He was
Dude.
probably thinking about it, and then he had to run back to the bathroom.
Dude,
Yeah.
Narath's gonna like charge at this thing, and I'm sure all the melee people will. And like, I'm kind of afraid for Narath's life, dude. Like, he's legit gonna die.
Yeah, he's back at full health.
No, yeah, he healed me the full, and I have.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
right.
Ro
Okay.
is probably going to die because I only have 11 HP left.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Well,
If only
I'll do the
somebody offered you
tanking, but
full
I don't
health.
have a spell slot for that advantage anymore. So the disadvantage, I mean, if that thing could give me a spell slot, it would have been great.
Yeah, but instead we found the thing we have to
maybe
kill.
we go back and we sleep in that room of that peaceful room of protection, and then we go fight the thing in the box because it's not going to go anywhere.
True. Actually, depending how long this took, I still have protection from evil and good.
I would say it would probably take at least 10 minutes to get you through all the things and looking
Yeah,
at
we
all the
did a lot of
walls and stuff.
searching. Yeah,
That was, if
No,
you
man, we're fucked, boys.
and all
It's
the
over.
totems and stuff like that. I do like how you guys see a crate and you're like, fuck, we got to fight this crate now. And it's like, in the back of my head, I'm like, they could just leave the crate where it is. And then, fuck, we really got to punch this crate, guys. I don't know how we're going to do this. It's like, then they could just
No,
walk
here's what's
away
gonna
from the
happen.
crate.
No, the problem is Darux
what's gonna
and
happen. You're
Ro
gonna
are
say,
both gonna be like, we have to fight the thing in the crate.
You're gonna say, like, you read the manifest, and then Farron's like, oh yeah, I want to take a look at this, and then it's gonna be like Narath just cuts it open.
Yeah, but why do you have to read the manifest?
Well, it doesn't matter if I read the manifest. I just need to hear Farron wants to look at it. It's over.
I mean, I want to read that manifest.
It's over.
The best part about this is that Ro and Darix are going to be like, we need to absolutely eviscerate this thing. And Blink's going to be like, I want to leave as fast as possible. I just want to get out of today. Like, today has just been too long.
Today is just a bad day.
Yeah. So he's just trying to get it over with, and he thinks he can.
Too many evil crates.
He knows that he can just stab evil. So,
dude, we're about to uncover the fucking Eldritch trafficking ring. Like, we're gonna be chasing these fuckers down.
It is like actually insane just how many Eldritch beings we've just kind of stumbled upon.
Yeah, the whole building is just filled with them.
Nah, guys, I'm sure it's fine. It's actually just going to be another creature that's going to level up again.
The best part is that it's literally only one floor so far.
You guys still haven't gone
floors
to another place.
Yeah, I tried to get
I thought we were going to go downstairs.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say in the beginning. And then Darix, not Darix, was like, hey, man, we should stay on this floor.
Yeah, well, because I want to help Darix find the thing or whatever.
After this, okay, like their whole.
I just thought it was going to be like the totem, and then it wasn't.
Do you think it'll like me if I'm Javai?
Yeah.
Did the other one like Javai?
Yeah,
the other one was like, please kill Javai.
If we walked into the room and you were Javai last time, it would have killed us.
Oh shit, you're right.
You might want to not be Javai, actually.
That's a good point.
Just turn into Javoin.
Yeah, it seemed to like Javoin, so that might actually be a good idea. Or at least it didn't hate him.
Indeed.
I'm sure I'll just fail like a charisma saving throw and I'll just lose my shit and turn into my real self. And then there'll be even more questions to be asked.
And then Narath will intimidate you poorly while the rest of the party is trying to fight the monster.
Annihilate.
You'll be trying to scare him, but you'll be scared of the creature in the box. So you're like,
so he'll be like, "Oh, it succeeded." You're like, "No, behind you."
Epic.
I agree.
Well, GG's lads. Good stream, good session. Back next week. Well, actually, next week Lucy is not available, so we got to think about if we're
will punch.
Yeah, if Ashtorium's just going to keep punching, or if we want to switch gears from there. But we'll have more time to think about it with regards to advance warning. So, obviously, pour one out for Alexander. Hopefully, he feels better soon, and he's not rooted to the bathroom. And yeah,
that's right. Pour out a fifth of Tums for our homie.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
The baby bottle.
Yeah, what is up with the baby bottle? Yeah.
I actually don't know. He just like I'm fairly certain it was Alexander when you wished me happy birthday. He had said that he would drink for me tonight, so I reacted to that with the baby bottle.
He's drinking some milk, okay?
Have a good night, guys.
GG.
You too.
GG.
It was a fun session.
Yeah, it was. That was great.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Good
It
stuff.
was hilariously
I like-
stupid and kind of scary at one point because I legit thought Narath was gonna die.
He
Yeah.
got pretty close. He had 5 health.
I like the guard guarding
Dude, yeah, that was the
wall
best.
from harlots.
He was very
Dude,
serious about his job
talk
and
about, like,
indignant. Like,
Talk about like the biggest red herring of all time. Like this is the most important wall to guard.
I know, and I was like, Ro absolutely knows that wall is fucking completely goddamn normal.
My
'cause we're
favorite
just
part
on the other
is
side
like
of
when he said that in my head, I was like, "Nah, dude, that's just the wall. Like we've already been on the other side of that wall." And then like he kept talking about it, and he sounded really sure of himself. I was like, "Wait." And then I was like,
He's just gaslighting us.
like I legit out of character was getting gaslit, and then I was thinking like, at one point I was like, "Oh, I don't even have to investigate this wall." That's stupid.
I'm pretty sure he's lying about the harlots.
well,
When you were explaining that his eyes were bulging out of the sockets, I thought he was about to just bust out laughing.
No, I thought he was gonna try to attack you, and then I was gonna.
he
have to
was
kill him.
getting really angry. Yeah, he's like, this motherfucker.
I thought he was gonna attack you, and then Ro was gonna have to bite his head off.
Honestly, thought he was just fucking with us because I fucked with him. He was just making me check the wall to be an asshole.
This is the most important wall of all.
No, obviously the guy just, he's really interested in Javai, okay? That's why he was like, you were in Javai's bedroom. I was supposed to be.
I was supposed to
Javai's
guard
bedroom.
the inside of Javai's bedchamber. I've been passed
Yes.
over.
Yeah. I could also believe that he's like the most loyal guard for Javai. And Javai like literally has forgotten he exists.
Yeah.
After telling him like, oh, just guard the outside of my room.
Yes, guard outside my bed. On the other side of that wall lies my bed.
Dude, imagine that dude just gets a free paycheck. He just fucking chills in the corner.
And it's like the building was built to hide him. In
I know.
The corner.
They reshaped the wall so that he didn't have to look at him when he went to the balcony.
That's right.
Stand back there, so that you may be out of sight of any harlots that may sneak up on my room. Fucking ridiculous.
Oh